Okay, we back in it. We are going to be streaming some more eternaland building today. We've gotten the roller coaster done. I think it's in a good state. It could use some prettying up. Um, Definitely we need to... Hang on, I gotta sneeze. Sorry about that. Definitely we need to pretty up the ride. But that is a problem for another day. Today, we're going to be singing about building a new ride. Because I'm an insane person, and that's what I do. Get some maintenance tasks out of the way here. We've got to gotta make sure that this is saying that we're playing once human, and yada yada yada. Pull up my analytics so I can watch that stuff live, because I love watching my analytics. Every time somebody comes to watch the stream, I get all giddy. And while we're sitting here chit-chatting, make sure you like and subscribe. I am trying to grow the channel, although I am just having fun streaming, so I don't see that stopping anytime in the future, regardless of what happens to the channel. There's something about talking while I'm playing that really adds to my enjoyment of the game overall. And I just appreciate anybody who comes by. Sorry, my allergies are acting up a little bit. We've been having some crazy weather here lately. Psycho storms out of nowhere, and then the heat starts, and then psycho storms again, and pollen counts are up, and it's all bad. Just all bad. Alright, before we actually get into building here, I wanna do a run on the roller coaster, because I love this thing so much. It's so much fun. Gotta repair. If you want to come ride the roller coaster yourself, all you gotta do is be on an NA server, friend my character, Satayene, Satayene, or there's a number of videos that have my island code in their descriptions, and you can just... Never seen that happen before. You can just use that island code to get onto my island. I don't know if you're going to be able to, like, use the facilities to, like, heal your car. And so you may need to end up friending me if you need to heal your vehicle, because, you know, the roller coaster is the trasher of vehicles. But it's totally worth it, because it's insanely fun. I mean, look at all these loop-de-loops and wall rides. This is so good. No, 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 no! Aww. I keep jacking that ride up. Ah, well. We're gonna have an incomplete run. So the next thing that I was thinking about maybe doing is we built a little bit of a corkscrew the other day just to see if it would work. And I've realized that I want to have like leaderboards that say who has, you know, the fastest time on the track. You know, when we get a dirt bike track going, who's got the fastest time running the, who's got the fastest time running the roller coaster, who's got the longest jump on the long jump track, who's got, you know, all this different stuff. And I'd like to keep track of that. Gotta get rid of this. I don't need whatever this is. It's completely unnecessary. Get rid of whatever this is over here too. We're gonna be tearing stuff down. We're gonna be planting our own trees, building our own little environment. And once I get this whole theme park and everything built, I really want to try and do some interesting things with it. Digital spaces are pretty underutilized as far as I'm concerned when it comes to like gatherings and events and getting people together and doing stuff. As a very avid gamer, something that I notice in myself and that I'm sure other people also feel is that there is a sense of isolation even in the environments where, you know, you're playing an MMO game, because you don't interact on any sort of a non-superficial level, right? All of your interactions in MMOs and stuff like that are just about the game. They're very superficial. They don't have any real depth or value. And so it can still feel isolating even when you're interacting with people extremely regularly. And so having something that you can do, you know, that's why like VR chat games and stuff are so popular, is because it creates this sort of non-superficial experience. Did these? Okay, I was about to say, did those come back? It creates a sort of non-superficial experience where you can legitimately have a conversation with somebody, even if it's not their real personage, it's this avatar of them. And I think it probably helps with that isolated feeling. So today, either I want to get started on the visitor center, which is going to be placed either by that lake or honestly it's probably just going to get placed by this lake because that's kind of the center point of the whole thing. Either I'll do it where they've got theirs there, or I'll do it up on this. No, this hill doesn't really have... That's just a really good flat spot over there, where they've created a really good flat spot. It needs to be much, much bigger than that. So maybe it'll need to be over on this side, right? We can take over this whole kind of corner. Or maybe up here. Something I would like to see is the ability to create pathing. Right, because you've already got kind of some predetermined paths, but it'd be kind of cool if I could create my own. Sorry, my allergies are killing me. Another point of It's something we have to talk about, is tomorrow, because we've got the, could make the whole thing in here. Right, turn this creepy dark cave into like just this happening spot. What is that blue glow over there? Does that go down to the water, maybe? Oh, that's the other thing. Gotta make some stargazy pies and try swimming around here. It does go down to some water. Cool. But we could make, like, just take the whole inside of this and light it up. And turn this into the visitor center. Or, I mean, honestly, I'm kind of sad that I didn't realize that this was here before I really got going on that roller coaster. Because it'd be pretty cool to, like, bring the roller coaster in over there. And then I think there's an exit point over here. Maybe it's up there. I don't know. Well, there's an exit point. So you like bring it in over there, exit it over here, bring it in over here, exit it over there, or something. It looks like you can bring it in from up top. Oh, we're gonna have to build another roller coaster at some point. Yeah, it's gonna have to be a thing. This theme park is gonna get crazy. I can't even begin to explain how psycho we're gonna get. Go crazy. It's gonna be the most fun. So I've got a couple of ideas for builds that I want to do. Number one, why doesn't this have a roof? Number one, I would like to build... Man, that's cool. Definitely needs to look nicer, though. I would like to build a distance ramp for the motorcycles, or any vehicle, really. So we need to find a place where we can create a downward slope, but that downward slope needs to have obstacles, right? Because if we just make a ramp, then everybody goes the same distance, because you just hold forward and launch yourself. So everybody gets the same value out of their jump. But if you create a downhill that has, you know, this potential for obstacles, and actually this is the spot right here. We're gonna make a real ground ramp. So you're gonna come down here, and I'm gonna put trees and shit in the way. So you're gonna have to weave, and the better you are at controlling your vehicle, and the better spots you pick, right? Because if you go over a hump or something wrong, then you're gonna end up killing some of your speed by taking a little bit of a ramp early. And then, can we get rid of this rock? Oh, I don't think we can get rid of this rock. So we'll probably have to build the ramp directly before that rock. And then you'll hit the ramp which will make you crash a little bit, but it'll be okay. You should still maintain some speed. So you'll hit the ramp and just launch yourself into the sky. And then we'll mark distance out here to see what could be a cool thing. There's just a random chair out here. What could be a cool structure or something to use as a distance marker? Billboards. Just put these signs down for records, maybe. I would like to build a thin line, sort of like they do for like shot put and stuff in track and field. Build like rows of something. I'd like for it to be dirt. I wonder if I could make if I just put loamy soil. How tightly can I make these loamy soils? It would take a long time. Yeah, that doesn't really... Not really what I'm looking for. Which is unfortunate. That could have been cool. I would like to see... Yeah, I want something to delineate where the individual markers are. There's a lot of stuff in the way that I can't get rid of, too. Like all these little flowers and stuff like that. Like, I like them, they're nice, and I want to create, on that other island over there, I want to create a nice, calm garden environment with benches and stuff like that that you can just walk around. And just kind of be chilling and relaxing. But here on this island, right, I just want the whole thing to be a theme park. But I don't really know how to go about getting those delineations made. What can we build? We could just use planter boxes. How low can we get these? Okay, we can't really seem to adjust the height at all. That's unfortunate. What else do we have? Can I please see the storage facility, Mr. Venkman? Okay, can't change the height on these either. We have PvP off. You can't take damage. Would spike traps do something? Nah, can't really see those. Auction facility. Ooh. I gotta consider this. We need to make a portal or something to get us up to the... Oh, we could do this from the visitor center. This could be fun. Put all of the rides. connected to specific doors. I wonder if you can connect them to specific doors, or how the standing portals even work. See if I put that one there, and I put that one there. They should connect. But then what happens when I put a third one? Oh, part limit reach, so you can just straight up only have 2 of these. Interesting. Boop. 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 There's a limit, it seems, to how often you can go in them, too. Or maybe you can only go in from one side. I don't know, let's leave them there for a second while we wait. I wonder, can you keep your momentum? And can you ride a motorcycle through that? I just had a great idea. If you can keep your momentum, then the ramp isn't a ramp. You drive your motorcycle down that hill, and then the goal is to hit that door. And the door will be placed in the sky. And then you'll come flying out of the door, and that's how you'll get your distance. If that actually works, I will lose my flippin' mind. Because that could be the most fun. It could also really cut down on the footprint of the ride. Oh, please let it work. Please let it work. Please let it work. Whoops. They did, for something that has literally no practical value in this game, the swimming is remarkably well done, and the underwater environment is really good. If you ever just go swimming out in the ocean in the season, it's, I mean, like there's a whole environment down there. And you can't do anything in it. There they are. Okay. Can you take a motorcycle through this? Oh. What a bummer. That was almost the greatest experience of my life. You don't even know. We were about to have the coolest jump in history. Let's tear these down. And let's see if there are any other it doesn't look like there's any other options for changing the size or anything like that. Too bad. What a missed opportunity. Oh well, they can't get it all right. Ooh, here's something that can maybe mark the automatic sprinklers. So if we set these up and we put electric wires between them. Okay, that one's just gonna go floating. But the electric wires normally you can put electric wires between 2 facilities. Oh, there we go. Connecting wire. Normally you can put 2 electric wires between 2 facilities that require electricity, because they'll just pull electricity through each other. That's strange. The other thing and probably the better thing to do actually would be to use water lines, because they're larger and blue, and it might be possible. Let's take a look. Can we? Boom. So we can put these right on the side here, elevate them up like that, and then we can mark the distances on these. And then can we connect water pipes across? Looks like it's gonna let us. Okay. And then if we come out of build mode, that's just a little blue line. I can get behind that for now. You know what? The sprinklers also use water lines. What am I thinking? Sprinklers have a much lower footprint, and they actually look like the stanchions that would normally be used for velvet ropes. So let's go back. Let's click. Let's put these down again. Now the only problem is they might not, because of the curve of the water lines. Yeah, they go under the ground. So we're gonna have to correct that. You know, maybe we just put them up on a pillar or something like that. And then the other thing we need to see is if we can put these furniture pieces on these like this, and it looks like we can. Bammo, we absolutely can. Create ourselves a nice little signpost with a nice little rope going between it. That will be wonderful for designating our distances. I really, really like that. Okay. This is gonna come out so good. So now, let's start clearing the area. Now some of these trees, I can't make because I don't have the required, oh shoot. I don't have the required, formula. So I'm going to try and move as many of these trees as I can, because I don't... Oh, eternaland, here we go, trees. Yeah, I only have the one beech tree. And so while I would love to make a nice forest or something like that, not having any trees makes that a little difficult. So I want to keep as many of these as possible so I can move them around later on. Little sycamore trees. Honestly, this is interesting. You could create sort of an educational environment. You know, these trees are relatively accurate, I would assume, as far as what trees of those species normally look like, and there's only a couple of different species. But a birch tree, and beech trees, and sycamore trees, and, you know, you could just put something up with, like, the different types, and, like, legitimately teach people what different types of trees look like. And if you could put more information, you could actually put, you know, some different uses and stuff like that for parts of that tree. And should actually have a building formula locked. I can't move the beech tree 3s because I don't have that building formula. How ridiculous. I just want to maintain a little biodiversity. Please stop getting in my way. I'm probably never going to be able to stop those from growing back. That's really unfortunate. But they also don't stop vehicles. So, yeah, we'll set up the starting block right here. Maybe on top of this, we'll put like some foundations. We'll get some marble foundations. We'll put the starting block right here. We'll put the ramp right where that rock's at. And then you'll just launch yourself out there, and we'll have some distance records or recordings. And be good to go. I can get behind that. So how do we want to do this? Do we want to cover this little rock formation, or do we want to put the foundations right out in front of it? It's sort of angled back, so you can't really put the foundations right out front. I mean, it's sort of a natural formation of what I'm trying to look for, right? Because I want to create exactly this, a little platform that is only going to have like one slope coming off of it that'll like go into the dirt, and then you'll ride off. And so there'll be like a little starting line. Honestly, we'll probably even put some gates and attach them to a switch. That's going to be great. Yeah, so we'll put some gates and attach those gates to a switch so that you could even, I don't know, like race down the hill or something like that. And somebody hits this, well, if somebody has to hit the switch, then there has to be two people who, of course, I guess you could open the gate and then jump on your bike and then go down if you were by yourself. What do we have in the way of switches, or in the way of gates? Mostly they're defense facilities. They don't even actually need to be placed on anything, although I assume they can be. The height can't be adjusted. This is actually a nice kind of low gate. I don't know if it's supposed to be. No, it looks like it's supposed to be a much taller gate. I don't know why it's sticking in the floor like that, but I like it. Just a gate that opens up, and then you take off down the hill. Okay, so how do we get this done? Let's try some things. We have almost an infinite amount of astral sand, right? We have hundreds of thousands, 844,000 astral sand, because if you all don't know, deviated vegetables are worth like 10,000 astral sand apiece. So if you've been growing crops and don't know what to do with all your deviated vegetables, you are eternaland rich. And you're going to be able to build whatever you want. And it's awesome. Let me tell you. Super, super duper awesome. So, we are going to build a foundation. I'm going to use marble foundations because that's the coolest foundation I have. We are going to cover up this rock formation Let's find the highest point of the rock formation. It's almost like they wanted me to build exactly what I'm building exactly right here. So we cover up the rock formation here. And we just come across. That needs to be angled slightly differently, because that's not going straight. So angle it a little bit like that right there. I'm not going to quite get all the rock formation covered here, but we will get some angled roofs. And how long will it take for these angled roofs? Oh no, that's right, there's the lip. I flippin' hate the lip. That lip is awful. Gotta get some ramps or do away with those lips. Because right now all I've got is freaking staircases. And this is not it. Okay. And then that one doesn't need one. That one does. That one does. That one does. That one does. So that'll take us right down into the hill. And then... So if you're pressed all the way up against the gate, right? And then 3, 2, 1, the gate opens, boom, you come out. You're gonna come down. You're gonna hit the ramp. But on the way down, we're gonna put stuff in the way. I almost feel like this ramp isn't long enough. I want to be dodging. But you can't put it above. Right? You couldn't put it up here. And this is like the perfect spot for it, but it really is just a little too short. I really, really just don't know what to do about having that so short. What can be done? There's rocks all over the place, right? Big rock here, so maybe we just stretch it out. Right, we come down the hill and then we go through this straightaway a little. Maybe the ramp starts back here or something. That's still plenty of distance. You're not getting very much further than that. But this is so much flatter. Gosh, ooh, hang on. There's another hill right over here. Kind of turns into a natural ramp. That's the other thing, I guess. If we had a natural ramp, then where you jumped off the ramp would have a pretty significant impact on your distance. There's also, this is a nice pretty spot here too. If you could, I don't know how far down we would have to go with ramps, but from up here, you could head down. That's a lot of distance right there. You could get a lot of obstacles in the way. This is probably going to have to be it right here. Yeah, okay. This is definitely a better spot. So let's get our marble out again. We're just going to make right across this insufficient water depth. What? Hang on. What are you talking about? Can I get regular foundations on here? What is insufficient water? Why are you doing this to me? Oh, you're just awful, aren't you? Okay. We can fix this. And the reason we can fix this is there is no requirement to have support in eternaland. So, haha, screw you, game. Okay, let's get back up here. Alright, there's nowhere back there that we can go. So this can be built down there. And then we're just going to build walls up. To the height that we want. Which is actually about right there. And then I don't want to put... There's a whole ceiling. So I actually want to come back behind over this lip. And I want to see... Okay. So we're not quite over this little hump here. So maybe instead we just put a ceiling and a half. Get a little halfer ceiling. We're going to make all this go in the same direction here. Whoops. Whoops. Switch it. Switch it. Sorry, I had to sneeze again. Oh my goodness. My allergies are destroying my life. Okay. That is not angled correctly. It needed to be angled more that way. And tear the whole thing down. Okay. So we want to be heading almost straight that way. Why isn't it letting me rotate this? Okay, so just like that. Then we build up a wall. Only needs to be 2 walls high, I think. If I got about the same height as before. Then we break out the ceilings. Break out the ceiling. Ceilings are looking good. When I look straight out, I think that's a good direction. That placed. Whoops. I don't know why I'm not building by flying. Because I'm a nonce, that's why. And we're going to build down off of here to the natural. Oh, right, we can't use those. We have to use... Hang on. This is why you use the fly system, so you're not standing in the flipping way. Okay. Takes a lot to get down to the regular floor here. And I still don't quite know if I'm lined up right. Going straight down here, you'd be going right here. Then from over here. Yeah. Yeah, because this pretty much lines up right with the edge of that. You're not going to quite go that far. Where that structure down there is probably about where I want the ramp to be. These bikes don't go that fast, so you can't ramp that far. And we're only going to make the ramp maybe too high. We'll have to see. I mean, it's just something we're going to have to play with, right? You're going to have to... Maybe I have to tear this whole thing down. This structure isn't that difficult to make. So if I have to move the whole thing, or if I have to destroy the whole thing, or, you know, if anything like that happens, it's not a terrible loss. Okay. So we'll put the gates up. We'll have gated starts. Whoops. Okay, I'm having a little trouble remembering how to control my character. Oh, man. Having a bit of a senior moment there. Alright, so we're going to start coming down. Ooh, no crash there. We'll put objects in the way. And then right where this fall off normally would be, we'll create our little ramp. And then you'll ramp yourself out this way. That'll be good times. That feels pretty much just as short as this run was over here, if not shorter. I mean, you get longer because you get this nice long ramp here, but I want more natural ramp because I want to put stuff in the way. Right? I want trees and bushes and high grass. So I don't know if I like it. Don't know if I like it at all. What do we do about it? Because it's a really good spot. It'll be a really fun ramp. But everybody goes the same distance if you don't have to check your speed or limit your straight downhill time by avoiding obstacles, then you know, you just hold forward and everybody just goes the same distance. So there's no records, there's no any of that. It's just hold down the button, because this isn't real life physics. And so there's no micro adjustments you can make to the way you're sitting on the motorcycle and stuff like that that might normally have some sort of impact. Like with the ski long jump, right? You've got all that time hanging in the air to position yourself to... Yeah, it is a good spot. Thank you. Yeah, no, I think this is like exactly where I want it to be, but I just want it to be longer. I mean, how many obstacles could I have to avoid in this little distance right here? But maybe it doesn't have to be, you know, maybe 1 or 2 obstacles is enough. If you just have to miss a couple of things, then, you know, maybe that's good enough. I don't know. Let's make the ramp, and then let's find out. So we want the ramp to be exactly lined up with this other structure, so we're going to make a connecting structure that's just ridiculous. We're going to go ahead and build out ceilings all the flippin' way over here. Now you can't do walls directly off of ceilings, so when you want to eventually take the ceilings down, you just get yourself some more of these. Stairs are literally my saving grace in doing all of these construction projects. So we're going to put that. Now, can I clip or not clip, but snap a foundation? Yes, you can. Okay. Okay, so let's think about how we do this. We want to move this tree out of the way, is what we want. Oh, I don't have that building formula. So, unfortunately, that tree has to disappear. And we don't have that building formula. Darn. My trees are... Ooh, a maple tree. Exciting. Too bad I can't tap it for some syrup. Okay, so we get all these trees moved. That's another thing. Honestly, we could probably have some fun just straight up lining this track with like some trees and stuff. Ooh, that's going to be great, actually. So we're going to get a specific kind of tree, probably just the only tree that I can make. Which is just this beech 2. Okay, so if I just line the whole track with these trees. Try and make them as tight as I can, and then we'll put other trees in the way. I'm sad that I don't have any rocks or anything. Man, I wish I had some rocks. Man, building in this game is going to end up being so much fun when they start putting more stuff. Oh, I need to... I'm going to get a little sidetracked here. I'm going to look at the shop real quick. I don't plan on buying anything because I'm broke. But territory... Material gift pack. Okay, so this is where you get all of your glass. Cement foundations. Lots of glass, lots of glass, lots of glass. Oh, steel glass steps? Ooh, that could be kind of cool. Or is it just glass on the side? It's not actually glass steps. Okay, okay, that makes sense. Double door. Oh, glass doors? I really want to use these for this build right now. Make the gates out of doors. Or out of glass. Oh, we could make the loop-de-loops on the roller coaster invisible. That would be cool. Okay, well that's interesting. Okay, okay, we got lots of kitty cat flavored cosmetic things in here. Outdoor patio. Ooh. Okay. Stepping stones. I wonder... It probably already does 3. Wallpapers. Can these wallpapers be used on, like, foundations? Because if they can, then I could see this one being used really well to use to mark distances. No. 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 Wow, there's so much. Okay. They don't have... I was looking for, like, some rocks or something, but whatever. Okay, no more sidetrack. And... let's... Oh, one more tree. Get out of the way, little tree. Tiny little ferns. Okay. Now... let's take this over, because I want to see... how close we are to this edge. We need to go over... Oh, oops. It's 6, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's where we're at. Let's get the shrub out of the way. This shrub out of the way. Oh, don't have the building formula. Sorry, shrub, you have to disappear. And don't have the building formula. Sorry, shrub, you have to disappear. That's a little upsetting that I can't move things that I don't have the building formula for. And that I've just had to destroy them. I understand not being able to create new ones that I don't have the building formula for. But not being able to use the ones that are already there. And having to ultimately reduce the amount of foliage and the biodiversity that I have because I don't have those formulas is fairly upsetting. So this pretty much comes right to where this edge is. So no further than right here. And then we need... Oh, right. These things are freestanding. I keep forgetting the best part about this. So when we go to build this ramp, we just build this ramp right off of here. This one we can actually use these because the lip doesn't matter. And these are much better looking. Oh, but we can't go down. Darn it. Darn it. Well, let's at least use these for the up. How do I... Okay. So let's take... Okay, can't do that. Let's take that down. Let's put... one of these down into the ground. Can I get a ceiling off of that? No. I can attach a foundation. If I attach that foundation, can I put these? No. I need to be able to come off in a downward direction off of these. As it stands right now, I'll have to put, and I honestly, it doesn't even look like I can put these coming down. Yeah. No, so it doesn't even want to let me do that, so I'd have to make the whole thing out of ramps instead, or out of stairs instead. If I can't find a way to bring the whole thing down to this level. Goodness. Okay, well. There are just building limitations that you can't overcome. That's fine. It's not going to let me go down here at all, so this might end up... Nope, that's not what I wanted. Whoopsie. Too close to the wall. Okay. So what we need to do is we actually need to take this whole thing up a half step. Well, we just need one. That's fine. Take the whole thing up a half step and then redo our ceilings. Oh, come on. Can we please? Get rid of all this. Grab the interior again. Come down with it. Oh, that's why it was doing it. Okay, Hang on. It was trying to connect back to that other one. So it's still possible that we might be able to come this way off of here. Then we don't have to go up that half step. Let's try that, because if I don't have to go up that half step, I don't want to. Okay, we have to. No problem. And then we go down, 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 down. Does that get all the way to the ground? It does, okay. And then I think I just want to go up one, two more. And that'll be the entirety of our ramp. We will check how smoothly we can make that transition. Because it will be important that we don't crash too hard when we're transitioning from the slope to the jump. I think another way that we can make the outcomes of this jump dynamic is we make the end result where your Jeep lands, or where your... where you land. So it's... part of the rules will be that you can jump off your bike at any time and glide to get extra distance. So there's gonna be skill to identifying either the apex of your jump so you get the longest glide distance, or the furthest distance of your jump before you stop losing forward momentum, and using glide to finish out. Because I honestly don't know what would be... Whoa! Okay, that did not go well. There was no crash coming back up the ramp, although I wasn't going nearly as fast. So I wonder if you really need to hit it like straight on, or you're just gonna trash. No, it kicked me off to the side. Ew, I don't like that. That's no good. I also don't think it needs to be this wide. I was kind of considering, you know, just more people jumping at the same time, but honestly I think if you just make it too wide, that'll be sufficient. Ew. Yeah, that's destroying it. Why you do this? Okay. So we're hitting at too steep an angle, and it's causing a crash. Is there a way to lessen that angle? Is there some thing that we can put could we use arches and just make it one? Because I know if you transition off of the arch, it fails pretty miserably. But if we just put one arch and you just ramped off of that, could that maybe be let's build our structure back out. Okay, having problems controlling my character again. Let's build our structure back out. I think we started here. I really liked where we ended up last time. Because you're going to have to be able to hit this arch almost exactly. You're not going to be able to put any additional you know, you can't put like one of these stairs before the arch or you end up with the exact same problem. So you have to be able to hit the arch from the ride. Oops. So if we put a ceiling here, darn it, and then we put the arch, it has to like go into the ground. Can we put like a half a ceiling? That's still not going to go into the ground. And the arch isn't going to like that. It's not going to want to cooperate. Oh. There it is. I'm going to see just if I can hit that side without crashing. What can we do? Can I go? Oh, it does go up. Oh. Ooh, that's clean. Okay. Okay. So now we need to find a spot where, say, 3 of them are close enough in height. Actually, these 2 are pretty close in height. So if I use these 2, can I get a ceiling off of those? No. How do I lower a ceiling? That is the question. Can't snap. Oh. There's a foundation snap. Come on. Where'd you go? Stop using your character. Oh, it didn't snap a foundation. Okay. Okay, so here's what we'll do. Get rid of those. And use the other ones around it to line it up so that it's straight. And then use Alt. Okay, that's as low as we can get it, and we need to do it on this side first. That lines up pretty good. It's not perfect, but it's pretty good. Obviously, when building a ramp, perfect would be preferable, but let's face it, I'm never going to be perfect. Oh, nope. Give me that. Give me that. Okay. So let's see if that lip is too much for my bike all the way on this side. There's a little bit of a crash there. Does that little bit of crash happen everywhere? No. If... Oh, you know what it could be? It might be because of that. And then let's take out that. Let's try it one more time here. Still a little bit of a crash. Last ditch effort. If there's just a little bit of ramp poking out. It's going to let me put a ramp down here, but it's not going to let me put a ramp down here. Is it because there's no foundy? There it goes. Alright. So if we get that ramp going out... No, that's not the right... Yeah, that's coming back this way. That's not correct. No! You stop it. This game is trying to upset me. Alright. Get our foundation back. You're gonna do what I want. Whether you want to or not. Okay. No, you're not, apparently. Oh. This is another opportunity here because we're going so short on the ramp. Maybe we can use this because this extends out, right? That goes in and flush. That's real nice. Does that crash like the other, like the stairs did when I go into it? We'll have to try with max speed. Now, we crashed. Okay. Maybe... Let's take out this. Let's put the foundation here. If I can get this to go here, then maybe we could just move this over a little. Doesn't look like I can. What about further back? Is there less variation? There is less variation. So I was trying to put this 240. Yeah, there's that hump there. That's bad. That's not working. Okay. So if we come back a little, we'll do it off of this. So structures, get a ceiling, bring the ceiling back here, You want to go, nah, that one's good. So then we're going to come this way, and let's try and do... Oh, that's right, we have two sizes of these two. So we don't have to use the full size one. we can use a half-sized one. Does that bring us down far enough? That leading edge... Is that leading edge low enough? It's not gonna be... Well, the steepness here isn't as much. So let's get this flippin' bike out of the way. Ring! Okay. So because this isn't quite as steep, there is the possibility that these will not cause... Okay, that one doesn't go into the ground, that one doesn't go into the ground, that one does. So this whole thing needs to be lowered. Can I put a half a wall or a quarter wall off the bottom of this? No. Lowering is such a problem. What if I raise that by a half and then drop a full-size stair off of... Oh. Put that ceiling there. And then we drop a full-size stair off of this side here. Why don't you want to go down? No. Gosh, this is difficult. It's weird that you don't need foundational support, but also you can't just put this stuff anywhere. Wow. Hold up. Okay. Okay. I see you. Check this out. So let's go back to this. Let's take this stair off of there. We get our floor. Drop the floor. We take our stairs and we put them from here out there. And then we drop this off of that stair. Whoops. Don't you do that. Whatever. You can stay up there. I don't care. Okay. Okay. And then So I don't actually like quite how that one worked. So let's try it with the half stair. Don't even think that's going to work, but we might go up a half wall and then off the half stair. Yeah, that's not... Okay. So, put our foundation back. We take a half wall. We want the whole half wall. And then we put a half stair off of that half wall, coming back towards us. Come on. And then we destroy that. Go back to frame. Scroll it all the way down. Snag that. Can you come down? Okay, that's actually higher than the last one. That's interesting. We would definitely crash into that. Okay, take that out. Man, if I could get that lowered just a little bit, I could get a great twofer right here. Just a smidge. Composite parapet. Nope. What are we looking for? Got to be something. If we put the ceiling off of it, we get pretty much the exact same problem. Can't adjust height. Can't just free float a ceiling. Are there any structures that I can just... So I can just place a kitchen. Can I place structures off of that kitchen? Because those can just go anywhere. Okay, doesn't look like it. What about... Oh, hang on. I saw green for the briefest of moments. If I can just even get a brief green. Maybe if I'm really quick with it. Nope. What about the... Can I just free float these? No. The attachments? Can I just free float? No. Nope. What about furniture? Can definitely just free float a light. That's kind of cool. Lights normally attach to ceilings, actually. Can I maybe get a ceiling on there? Doesn't look like it. What about eternaland buildings? Can't build any more teleportation sites? What's up? Prints aren't gonna help. House blue. Ooh. Duh. What an absolute moron I've been. Let's take... We're gonna build this super simple right here. Because you can raise and lower the elevation of things by a much more significant amount when they're a blueprint. Because they wanted to make sure oh, these aren't connected. Okay. They wanted to make sure that you could always get your entire structure out of the floor if for some reason it was in the floor. But I'm going to use that concept to put my structure in the floor a little bit. Call this ramp. Okay. House blueprint. Okay. Then we take this over here. Nope. Okay, I want to line this up with this. We are going to delete that. We're going to put another couple of ceilings, or another ceiling across here. We're going to put our 2 ramp right here. House blueprint. Spin that bad boy around. What is stopping you right now from building? Yes, we can easily get that into the ground a little ways. That's so nice. Now why? Oh, there we go. Okay, spin it just a little here. So we're trying to get it nice and lined up. We're going to use, see, we've got these ramps above us, and they're a nice uniform amount, and I feel pretty lined up right about there. Let's drag this into the ground just a little bit more there. And I think, okay, that lip might be a little too high. We might crash into it. Thank God that the blueprints thing works. That's so wonderful. That's gonna really let us... hey, no crash. What is up? And now we even can use that to build more stuff off of, right? No crash. So if I wanted to extend this, because it's got foundations and stuff back there, there's a potential that I could just build another foundation. Okay, well it's not going to let me because it's buried too far under the ground. But, and then actually, I can just get rid of these. They don't even have to be here. Get rid of all this support structure. Don't forget fly mode. Come on now. Okay. So let's take the bike for a really quick little test drive here. Pump up the volume, pump up the volume, pump up the volume, dance. Okay. So we come down. We might get a couple little things we gotta avoid. Can't even hit a ramp. Okay. Man, a lot of klutz. We getting it. We getting it. Hey, here we go. Hey, so we dodge, we weave, we hit the ramp. We're going too fast and we crash. Darn it. Did it have to do with how fast we were going? Or did it have to do with the fact that we weren't straight on? This is an important consideration. Because if I just go straight, let's not do any bobbing and weaving, let's just go. Okay, there's still a little bit of a crash. That was a pretty good distance, though. How to build a ramp doesn't crash. Well, I guess the next option, we're going to try that same thing. We'll put these in here. We're going to get these rampy builds. We're going to do the same thing I did. We're going to save it as a house blueprint. Ramp 2. Don't need the structure yet. What we do need is something to line up off of. So let's go in here, let's get some structures, let's get some ceilings. Tear those down. Get our blueprint back. Okay. Let's fly up some more. Let's get turned just so. Okay, I think that's pretty well straight. Nope, not quite. A little more that way. Okay, then we just come back until we get the green light. Scroll that down. Drop it in. Okay. So now that maybe that angle isn't quite so steep, because I found a little bit of a flatter spot, although I did move kind of more into the steep spot. Maybe this won't crash as we come flying in. Nope. Even worse crash than before. Darn it. I'm gonna push these guides back a couple because I don't wanna. I want to put more on this flat part here. Although I don't think that this is going to work, so I'm not going to try these sloped roofs again. I think it's pretty obvious that the crash is just way worse on the sloped roofs. The crash isn't horrible on the ramps, on the curved roofs, but it's bad enough that it's pretty limiting. And I really, really, really want to get a really good ramp. Is it possible that I need to change the material that it's made out of? Let's build this ramp again. I'm going to have to get out of the way here. We fly, 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 fly. We take our ramp over here, and we line it up. It's a little bit that way. Okay, it's not perfect. I honestly don't know that I can make it perfect. It's pretty good though. Bring it forward until it lets us build it. Sink it into the ground just a smidge. And no, that side didn't really sink into the ground at all. Well, doo-doo. That's definitely going to cause a wreck. If I hit it on this side. Even going slowly. Yeah, can't even... Oh no. Bike exploded. Okay. Should have sank that further. But it's okay. We could just use the other half real quick for testing. And if it works, then we can just redo it. Ow. That's a tree. That's a cliff. Might not be good at dodging things, but man, can I identify them when I hit them. Okay, so we know for a fact that if we hit... Man, going at a slow enough speed, that's really smooth. I really wish that going super fast didn't cause you to wreck. Because if it didn't, I mean, that's literally the smoothest, greatest feeling ramp ever. But if you get up to full speed, well, that wreck wasn't too bad. Why did that one not crash super hard? is it because it has to be just super well lined up with the ground? And so if it's under the ground too much, does it maybe just cause extra crashing? Because the slope isn't gradual enough because you've cut some of the slope out? Or maybe was I just not going quite fast enough? Now I'm going to end up about the same distance I did last time, so that must be the same as what happened last time. Or at least pretty similar. Well, no, I got quite a bit of extra distance. I don't know. Maybe it's okay. Let's try the other materials anyway. Can we replace these, please? Just because I want to do my due diligence. It is very important when building things that other people haven't built. I think that was pretty close to the same value. Not gonna get quite as far this time, I don't think. Oh, no, about the same. Okay. Okay. La da 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 da. Oh, gotta change the material again into this one. Say what now? That was being weird. That's really weird, the way it sinks into... That's obviously not exactly the same as the others. The next thing I want to try is, because I could stack two of them, I actually want to try stacking two of them. Still crashed. Did not go nearly as far. Interesting. So that might be the worst. But let's see what happens if I put this back on here. Oh, it did replace this time. Did not replace the other way. So let's try again to get it to not replace. Okay, fine. Okay, well I think that they're all pretty similar. Maybe the concrete one is the worst. So I'm going to stick with these, obviously for aesthetic purposes. And I think if I sink this down just a little bit more, It'll probably be exactly what I'm looking for. So, we are going to take this down, build a new one. Get flown up here a little. It's letting us take this pretty far back and still put it in. Swip it just that way a little. Ugh. So hard to line up. I think that's pretty straight. Take it down until you start to see things sink. Okay, I don't like how far I have to sink. Don't like how far I have to sink. Don't like how far I have to sink. Nope, don't do that. Raise it up. What about shifting it over this way? What about shifting it over this way? Bringing it this way. Ooh, there we go. That's the spot. I think right there, it's barely getting... Perfect. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's the stuff of legends right there. Unfortunately, it doesn't line up with any of these ramps up here. So I may have to actually reverse build this and build the bottom part of this ramp off of what I just built there. But first, I want to try it. Still get a pretty good crash in. Is there something... So the crash takes place as you hit the inside of this curve. So, what I'm thinking is this sets really well on the ground, and up to about here, you've got a really nice gradual incline. So if there was some way that you could put something in here to overlap it, then you might be able to get kind of the best of both worlds and get a really good ramp. So, let's build. First thing I just want to look at is we obviously can't build this onto the same spot. Okay, so that's not going to work. Let's try taking a half wall in the back And then will it let us put a quarter ceiling into that? No. But with that half wall, can we put this off of that and encroach? No. But it will let us build that. That's nice to know. There might be something interesting going on there. What else is there? What about ceilings with holes? We don't have any ceilings with holes. What about... The goal here is just going to be to try and create snap points. So let's try using a quarter wall. Small stone. Ooh, yeah. See, that's nice. Can we get a quarter ceiling off of that quarter wall into the... Doesn't look like it, but maybe if we destroy this and then put up the quarter wall, it might let us put the ramp back. Come on. You know you want to. It lets us do it from this other side. It does encroach too much, though. That would create an even... Hang on. Hang on. How does... Come on. There we go. There we go. Nope. That's the wrong one. Okay, let's get a whole ceiling stuck like that. And then let's get a ramp. It was allowing us to do... Yep. It's allowing us... Move that. To do... No. Do that. Okay. Now let's see if we can get this ramp to come off of this ceiling back toward us. Let's do it from the flying position. No. Oh, come on. Okay, get rid of that. Let's try putting this in first. You suck. Okay. So with that there, if we can put this in, which I really doubt it's going to let me do this. Okay. Doesn't look like it's going to let me do that. But I really like that we're able to get this in there. Because that is almost exactly where that crash point is. And if I can just smooth that out a little bit. Nope. Let's get rid of that one for a second. This would have to go all the way through. That could be interesting. Actually, is that less of a slope? I need to see that, actually. Put another one of these right here. And then let's take a look at that roof versus that. No, the slope is the same. Okay. And what about the smaller one? That's not the smaller one. That's the smaller one. Why are we not going the way I want? It does still look like the same slope, though, if we line it up. Yeah, same slope. Okay. Anyway, back to trying to find something that goes in this hole. What about... That looks like a no. That's not gonna work. That's not gonna do anything. I don't think that we're gonna get any better than we just had. I think it's safe to say we've exhausted the options. So, let's take it all down. Let's put our ramps back up. Oh, now it's not even going to let me put that ramp there because... Oh, that's why I couldn't put the ramp there before. That's funny. That makes me think that maybe I should revisit... Oh, building is so hard sometimes. But, let's take this back out here. And let's elevate this just a little bit so we make sure that the ground isn't causing us any problems. And then let's go back to that half wall or quarter wall setup. Put a quarter ceiling in here. And then put in our ramp. And now it's about identifying something that can attach there. We have an attachment point here. We can go down here. If I do that, I imagine... Oh! No, that's coming off of the front, not this. We won't be able to come down anymore here. So that's totally useless. Can we get the long one in here for some reason? Doesn't look like it. Hang on. Doesn't come down far enough. But if that one works, why won't this one work? Is that why? Does it not want to come off of? There it goes. Hang on. This thing really doesn't like coming off of those. What if we get rid of that? Hmm. I have another idea. Let's turn just this single piece into a structure. If I can turn that single piece... Oops. Did I do it? Ramp. 3. Confirm. Build. Now, because it's saved as a structure, I can do all of the manipulating. Ooh, and I can just place it free floating in the sky. That is wildly important. So that changes like all of the mechanics for trying to build the roller coaster too. Building in this game is insane. Mostly because it's a little bit broken. Can I just build off of that? Oh yeah, I can. What about... Okay. So, here's my question. The reason that it seems that the vehicle crashes when it goes up things is that it's sort of getting inside of them, because the collision detection isn't happening at the right time, and so the meshes are sort of entangling, and then it's trying to rectify those entanglements. Because the changes are too steep and happening too fast, right? That's why the speed is the issue. So, if it registers that the bike is on the object before the bike is actually on the object, because part of the object is underground, would that mitigate some of that crashing? So if I just put this right where a huge portion of it is underground and only a little bit of it is sticking out, could I now hit this ramp without crashing? That is a huge leap, right? We're making some ridiculous assumptions, but sometimes you have to try ridiculous stuff because it just might work. And if it does work and you didn't try it, then you'd feel really, really stupid. We still heard the crash, but I don't feel like it really hurt my speed. So we're tearing that one down. We're going to build it again, and we're going to build it all the way into the ground. And then we're going to put 2 more on top of it. So just bury the crap out of this. This is why you relentlessly test ridiculous things. So as soon as you try and move it, it stops free floating. That's interesting. So don't do that. Nope. House blueprints, Bammo. House blueprint. This is absolutely a bug in the house blueprints. I definitely wouldn't use this in season play, because you might actually be able to get freestanding structures in season play by doing this, and I almost guarantee that you'd get banned for it. This is eternaland. I don't see the devs getting terribly upset about exploiting a little bit of a bug in building in eternaland, considering that's kind of the point of eternaland. Whoops, I hit that super wrong, because that's not straight at all. But definitely, if this were to allow you to free float structures in eternaland, I would not, or in season play, I would not do it. Sounds like a terrible idea. It would have terrible consequences. Actually, yeah, let's turn this way so that I can kind of see what I'm lining up with here. So that I can get it a little straighter than it was. Doesn't have to be super straight. Definitely a little straighter than it was. And let's see if we can do this. Bike's pretty chewed up. Gonna have to go repair it again here soon. So you sort of ramp off of that before you actually ramp, which is awkward. You kind of just ramp when you hit it. So that doesn't really work. Everything has the same slope, too. Man, if I could just change a little bit of slope on something, I could really get a great jump going on. Come on, think. These triangles have the same slope, right? Yep. Yep. That has a much more severe slope. Hmm. Okay. Let's see if we can put our free-floating ramp thing inside of this structure. Negative. Actually, I have to get it pretty far away. There's a pretty big, like, forget you zone that just sort of doesn't let you do stuff like that. Of course, it might be related to the foundations. It might not be related to this other structure. Looks like it is, though. Okay. That's too bad. Now we've got this free-floating thing. Oops. Not anymore, we don't. So I want to make a blueprint out of just that also. Ramp 5, because I don't know what ramp number we're on now. Blueprint number maxed, okay. Well, I don't need this anymore. Delete house blueprint. Don't need this anymore. Delete house blueprint. Then let's add a house blueprint. Ramp 4. Confirm. Built. Ooh. Oh no, that's a way steeper. But maybe. So this is a significantly steeper climb. So when we build it, okay, let's get it lined up a little. Let's fly, 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 fly. Whoops. Fly, 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 fly. I guess actually we can line it up like this. And then just come backwards. It's decently lined up. I come back, come down, come back. Oh. Go up, come back, so that I can see it as it comes out of the ground. There's like a hill there, so we go over here, go back, go forward, nope, down, up, down, more left, up. It's probably the best spot. That's pretty off, but it's as good as it's gonna probably get. Now there is one problem, and that is that I can't attach two of those in a free-floating sort of format like that. And they probably won't let me build them right next to each other. We'll have to find out. Ugh. I really hate how bad that crashes when you do it. It's fine on the roller coaster because you're expecting to do it, and so you've naturally just built in sort of what's going on. Hang on, my game and stuff is freaking out. So you've built in the ability to sort of gain some additional speed so that you can so you've built in, systems to gain back the speed and stuff like that, and it's more about being able to go through the track than it is about being able to effectively do something. And so here what if something I haven't tried is using a flat ceiling, getting onto a flat ceiling and then going up a ramp. So let's tear this down, go back into build mode, build foundation with a ceiling poking off, destroy. And then a ramp coming off the backside. Why is that suddenly able to go down from there? Wait, what? That's never been possible before. That's crazy. Doesn't really matter, but... Okay, then a ramp off the backside. So this way, at least I'm guaranteed going flat when I hit the ramp. And then line that bad boy up. Fly, 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 fly. This is not lined up anymore. Now it is. Fly, fly, fly. So we want to bury the entire leading edge, but only a little bit. There it is. There it is. So we get the entire leading edge buried. Then we definitely are on flat land. Then when we hit the ramp, we know we're only getting a 45-degree change, which might be sufficient. Gotta repair my vehicle. But that might be good enough to keep us from crashing as we hit the wall, or as we hit the ramp. Which is really all we need. As long as we can keep from crashing when we hit the ramp, this is going to be great. Everything else is coming up pretty solid. Ow. That's a tree. Alright, back up we go. Getting it. Getting it. Okay, so there's our ramp. Can't back up. Okay. I'm apparently incapable of riding my motorcycle straight. When I owned a real motorcycle, I totaled it, so that checks out. Okay. There was a little crash. But it wasn't that bad. We are getting ultimately less distance than we did with the curve. But also on the curve we could only have a single curved building. And that was it. Nothing else would attach because eventually the curve goes vertical and you can't end up on a vertical on a bike. So with this system though, we could have a too high ramp. And as long as that crash doesn't throw us sideways like it was before, we could potentially get a really good jump going here. I'm okay with a little crash. It's obvious that that's impossible to avoid. So I've accepted that. But mitigating that crash as much as possible, yeah, see, it throws us all sideways. You know, I've been doing all of this strictly with the motorcycle. But of all the vehicles, the motorcycle actually has the worst vertical. I know for a fact that the coupe would not be able to do the curved ramp, but it might be able to do this other ramp. So let's go to our vehicle list. Let's break our coupe out. Let's repair that poor thing. I don't typically drive the coupe. I'm also using the absolute best versions of these vehicles. It might be that if I used the slower version of the bike, that it wouldn't crash that way. And then you actually might be able to get a longer jump from a weaker bike because of avoiding the crash. Which would be hilarious. I'm gonna build a little extra on the back here because this coupe is so big. She got a trunk. Literally. Okay, let's get turned in the right direction here a little. And then let's hit it. No, we get pretty much the exact same crash. Dag nabbit. Okay. Last thing to try is the Jeep. The Jeep is just going to end up being like the reigning champion of all of the vehicles because of its generally slower speed. And shorter front end, so it doesn't crash into things as much. The coupe just crashes into everything if there's even a slight elevation change. because that nose sticks out so far. Jeez. Yeah, the Jeep just has better physics, or I don't know, there's something about it that just makes it more suitable for ridiculous stuff. And that's all I really care about doing is ridiculous stuff, so... Because I'm a ridiculous person. Dropping the Jeep in. Get on that ramp. Nope. Although it did certainly go farther. That's kind of sad. Okay, I got one last thing to try before I just build this and say whatever's good is good. At the very least, the Jeep continues up the ramp, and that's a big problem that I'm having with the motorcycle, is it's hitting just fine, but it's not it's not continuing forward. So we can take the speed down pretty considerably here. So we're going to do that. And then handling, we want to keep. Fuel tank capacity is fine. So we're going to actually drop the speed all the way down to the lowest tier engine and see if maybe doing that will allow us the ability to hit that ramp at the highest speed we can. Which would be great, because it would mean that this would be an event that even super early game players could participate in. Of course, once you're using facilities here in Eternaland, it's only astral sand that's required to build any of the vehicle parts. So as long as you go down the memetics path and get the vehicle parts... Oh, fuel depleted. Then you should be okay. So here we go. Bringing up the slow bike. Let's see. Even if we get a little crash, as long as we don't slide after the crash, and we actually drive up. I mean, it works. So there's an optimum engine in there somewhere, where you're going just slow enough that the vehicle maintains traction even after the impact. It's probably about 3.4 on the speed scale. If it works to mitigate the impact here, I wonder if it'll mitigate the impact on the other ramp. think that's actually a little more straight on right there. Oops, elevate. Gotta fly up so I can see a little better. Get just the tip under the dirt. Alright, then let's see if maybe the slower bike doesn't crash quite so hard into this ramp. So much trial and error goes into these builds. If you watch the live stream of where I built that roller coaster behind me here, 6.5 hours of... Okay, you still crash a little. Man, this is really very depressing. The only other thing I can think is just to make the ramp the entire course. And instead of driving down and then hitting a ramp, just the whole time you drive up a ramp, because you'll gain speed as you go up. But then the idea of putting obstacles in the way and stuff becomes a little weird. I don't know how the traction will hold. I don't really like that idea. Man, this is tough. There was a way to extend out this curve, maybe. Let's... Something else we haven't tried is hitting the curve from a wall, or from a ceiling. So let's do the blueprint. Let's get the ramp out. We're going to take the ramp above ground level and float it. And then we'll build ceilings off of it, just like we did with the ramp, until they go in the dirt. Oh, you're gonna do what I say. Fine. You can do what you want. If we have to, we'll just turn that into a blueprint, but I don't think I'll crash on that little bitty lip. And then, instead of going at that from a slight decline, you know, maybe if we hit it from straight, we can avoid the crash altogether. I don't think that that's going to work, but I am mildly optimistic that maybe we can do that. We know for a fact it doesn't work on the Jeep, right? Because whenever I drive the Jeep on the roller coaster, I always crash. But maybe it'll work on the motorcycle. Nope. That was a decent jump, though, for being on the weakest motorcycle. It's just a little too steep. If this was a little longer, curved just a little less, it would make just the ultimate ramp. So sad. So sad. Let's try it with the strongest engine again. See what happens. See if there's any... I don't think that the downward slope was actually the mitigating factor in the jump overall. I think for this particular piece, the impact point comes well after you've already hit the structure. So you're already riding it before you smash into whatever it is you smash into, the mesh. So I don't think that straightaway is mitigating that crash at all, like it sort of did with the straight angled roof. Because you were coming at a less steep angle as you were hitting the crash point of that. Oops, wasn't able to get my guy out. I think that's just going to be the best we're going to get. It's a pretty good high jump. Using your creature to... using your glider to extend that jump out. You know, we're going to put obstacles in the way. So you're going to have to avoid some obstacles before you hit the ramp. We might even put some obstacles on that down ramp right there. So all in all, I think it's going to work out pretty well. I'm going to have to find a way to get this lined up really well, because I want to create the structure to be able to sync. That means it can't be attached up there, which means lining it up has to be done sort of by eye, and so it's not going to be exact. I think I want to make it 3 wide, and then I'm going to go up there and delete 3 of those and just keep this one as 3 wide as well. And I think I'll do these 3 right here because they're the most even. And so then we'll line up 1, 2, 3 here. And that'll be that. And that'll be ride number 2 down. I don't... Yeah, let's get rid of all these pieces that we're not going to use. We're just going to make it 3 wide. And then we'll create a marker or something that I can use to identify distance, and then every 10 or 20 meters after a certain point, like we'll go 50 meters out or however many meters out, and then every 10 or 20 meters from there, or maybe every 5 meters from there, we'll put two words. Words are hard. We'll put a line across that's made out of sprinklers and a water line to delineate, hey, this is where that line is. So we're going to delete that. We're going to put 2 more roofs. When I change those, we want them lined up. Nope, can't go that way. Gotta go this way. 2 more roofs. With 2 more of these. Bam. Bam. And then we just real simple house blueprints. It's called ramp 4. Add blueprint. Save building. Bam. Save it. Gonna call it ramp 4. Hopefully it deletes the old ramp 4. Maxed out. Okay, well that's fine. We don't need that one anymore. We don't need that one anymore. We don't need that one anymore. Don't even know what this one is. My 18-wheeler build and my truck build don't matter. Two-story farm, 3-turret tower, engagement turret. Don't need, this is just the same structure with less good stuff. And I don't need this because it's just an eternaland thing, and for some reason it's not even saved. It doesn't seem like. Okay. Ramp. Confirm. House blueprint. Destroy. Okay. This is going to be incredibly difficult to line up properly. Thankfully, all that extra darn it. So hard. How far can I get it back? But then it doesn't go to the ground, okay. So we're on the ground here. I like right about there. Elevate that up just a smidge. How lined up am I? Need to come over just a little and angle back this way just a little. Okay, that's pretty lined up there. It's not going to stay super straight as I go down because I don't have that much mouse control. Get it into the right spot. Try right there. I think that's pretty close. We'll look at it from the other side over here, but I think we're going to be happy with it. Oh, and you know what I realized is you can seemingly take the ceilings down off of here. It's not perfectly straight, but... Hey, I think this is the furthest one yet. Boom. Check that out. That's pretty close, though. It's a good jump. So those will be the rules to this particular little competition. Your goal is to jump as far as possible, including your glider. And then, do we want to say any vehicle is allowed? I mean, the Jeep and the coupe are honestly, I think, at a disadvantage, so I think everybody would just use the motorcycle. But we could just say any vehicle is allowed. I'll put another garage up here, because you're going to need it to repair your vehicle and stuff like that. So let's build... I want to make another level out here. We'll get facilities, we'll break out a garage. Drop it down. Let's get... We want to encircle this in rails. Whoops. Probably be coming up from right there. Get rid of that. So this will be like the path in as soon as I do, you know, actual pathing and stuff like that. Let's get out the defense facilities and let's put... Oh, do the gates not sit on the... Darn. That's no fun. I don't want to use double doors. The double door frames just take up a little too much space. So I guess there's going to be no gates or doors or anything like that. We would change up our vehicle here. Let's just try it with the Jeep. I mean, it's not likely to be very good, but you never know, right? I mean, I guess you could jump off the Jeep to try and get a little extra distance. I mean, I almost made it just as far. Might be something to that. You never know. There also might be something to coming in at an angle on the motorcycle. That might be enough to... And honestly, I think you could probably come in at an angle on the Jeep too. Let's change back to the motorcycle. Well, let's change to the coupe. And just check it out. Just to see. I don't see it going anywhere. Matter of fact, I see it crashing most spectacularly. But it's super quick and super fun and super cool. Coupe no bueno. No bueno. Okay. That's alright. Having a considerable amount of fun with it anyway. Let's try. We're gonna do the coop because the coop crash is the hardest, and if you can get the coop to not crash by going up sideways, then you really might have something. So let's. Oh snap! That hurt. Oh god, it's so hard to control. Okay, we're not gonna accomplish anything with the coop. I'm so bad at that. That was just pathetic. Literally the worst. You know, I think maybe I should move that subscribe widget over in front of the chat. I think that's probably going to be a thing that happens. That'll have to be a after stream thing, though. Okay. Let's get our motorcycle back in here. Repair that bad boy. Take it down. And let's see. Just a shallow little... Nope. We still might make it just as far, though. Maybe farther. Oh my goodness, this is actually going to be the best distance. Hey, got to the tree. Okay, so there is definitely something to that. Oh. Don't tell me. Okay, I got a new thing to try. Darn it. So, an angled ramp, right? So, if instead of using a straight ramp, we get a little hectic with it, it's going to have to be angled more severely than that. So we get something that's angled. And we put these here. So you're not hitting the ramp straight on. And the goal to hit the ramp will be to come at it at the right angle so that you come up and you come off the tip. And then I'll bury it and add some extra ceilings and stuff so that it, it's kind of buried under the ground. So you're coming at it from, a number of different angles. Because this is kind of the best angle. And maybe that can mitigate some of that crashing. Creates a really weird launch. But, I mean, if we can stop the crash. Whoa. So we can come straight down here. No, we still crash. I'm almost happy, because that wasn't going to be a very attractive ramp. And by wasn't going to be a very attractive ramp, I mean it was going to be flippin' hideous. But we do have to try one more thing. We have to try it with the curved ramps. I'm calling ceilings ramps now because that's all I use them for. So we'll try it one more time with the curved ramps. And if it doesn't work, then we'll call it. And we'll say it's good. Hang on. Might have just invented a new game. So, when you hit the vert on these with the motorcycle crashes through. So what if instead of going for distance with you, we go for distance with the motorcycle? And the whole point is the crash. And you just slam it into the ramp and launch the motorcycle. And see how far you can get it. I think that sounds like fun. Well, that just went straight up. That was less fun. No. Since when? Okay, so you have to really control your speed to get the bike to actually do the vert. And if it's on there for too long, it does crash off. I almost feel like you might actually be able to do I mean, I got it to go all the way over. Nope. So at very specific speeds, it'll go up that vert. I have to try and get it to do the loop-de-loop one time. Just because I have to. I need to see it work. Okay, I think about this distance right here. Nope. Nope. Yeah, I know, I let you fall down. Shut your face. Come on, baby. I just want to do one motorcycle loop-de-loop. I hate you, game. I wonder if you could Spider-Man jump the bike. If it would stick to the wall. Or if it would just crash when it hit it. So many interesting things to consider. God, I would love to be able to do this on this motorcycle. It would be the best. Okay. Taking it from right here. I want to line up, oops, the angle properly because I don't want to have to be making any adjustments. That should probably be okay. From right here, just gun it forward. No. A little further back. Gun it forward. No. Yeah, that's almost never gonna work. Bummer. Okay. Enough messing around. Fly, 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 fly. Take these things off of here. If we had been able to launch the motorcycle forward, that would have been pretty great. And I might have left it like that, but we couldn't. So I think it's just a jump. Just hit it as hard as you can. Get as much height as you can. Get your glider out. If you can manage to get a jump off of the motorcycle, that's probably going to be the key. That's probably where the technical skill is going to come into play. Is getting that. You know, you're going to want it to be turned in a specific way so that when you dismount you end up on top of it. That's much easier to do on like the Jeep, but I don't think the Jeep is going to get nearly enough height to make it worth it. Especially if you can get a jump off of the motorcycle. So we're going to go super hard. We jump. Nope, didn't make the jump. But, yeah. Ooh, that's even further than the last one. Nice. Good stuff. So the goal now is going to be just to put some stuff in the way, some obstacles, some things to kind of mess with you. So that you can't necessarily get a good go at it. I want to line the whole thing in trees. So right now the only trees I have are these beech trees. How close together can they go? Probably want to be from down here. Well, use the fly mode. Come on. Come on, Hermit. You can do it. Hermit sounds like Kermit. Come on. Oh, I just happen to have 2 beech trees in my inventory. I can't actually make beech trees. Isn't that depressing? Also, those poke way too far in. Darn. Okay. You don't have any more of this item. What? I can't construct one. What are you talking about? Okay. Okay. How do I get tree blueprints? Oh, I know how to get tree blueprints. Stupid. They're in here, surely. Order. Export resources. Shop. Hey, here we go. Purchase limit 3. Oh, so I've already purchased 3 of these. What are these? Astrolite? So I've spent all my astrolite, and I've made all of these that I can. Which is unfortunate. So to line this, we're going to use fir trees. Which fir tree do I want to line this with? Or spruce, or pine. These spruce trees actually look pretty nice. Eternaland outputs cannot be carried over to the new season. Ooh, willow trees, sycamore trees. Let's do fir number 3, I think. Let's just buy one. So I can see, that says small tree. Small tree my ass. What even is going on? Okay, well we're not using that. Let's get... Okay, let's try spruce trees. This spruce tree too looks good. I just bought... There we are. Spruce tree too. Oh, that's enormous also. Holy shit balls. Oh, this is great. I'm so happy. I'm having so much fun picking trees. What a stupid freaking thing to be doing. So what's the smallest? Are birch trees maybe small enough? The spruce tree was huge. The red pine trees. I need a little tree. Where's the little trees? I wish I had a better idea of what these looked like. Not that I'm worried that I'm going to run out of resources, but that it would just make choosing which one easier. That is kind of what I'm looking for. I want something that has, you know, limbs pretty low to the ground like that. And how closely can I line these up? I want them to be sort of overlap. Oh, I can't make any more. That's why it doesn't. You know what? We're just gonna buy one of every tree. Oh no! These are the wrong... Stupid! I'm such a piece of crap. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Here's the deal then. I have to be able to complete a ton of these orders to get Astrolite so that I can buy more trees. So I'm just going to have to grow all of the plants. And trade them for resources. It's going to have to be a thing. Eternaland is about to go hard. Okay, so we can't buy enough trees to line this right now. And we can't buy rocks to put in the way because I broke it. So, for right now, the whole point of this thing is just to try to get... Oh, my Eternaland is broken. Have to leave Eternaland. So now the whole point of this thing is just to try and get off of your motorcycle at the right time to get the furthest distance. Which isn't great. Why am I in the middle of nowhere? Whatever. Ooh, I have a mail. Oh, I don't care. Has anybody else requested to be my friend? No? Got a new friend, Kraken Skulls, who apparently, I think, yeah, plays on this server, and I'm not sure why. I don't know if he saw my content, or they, I don't know if it's he. Don't know if they saw my content, and decided to friend me to try and get access to my Eternaland, or if they just tried to friend me because they saw my house here in the world, or what. Hopefully get to talk to them later on today. But we're going back to Eternaland. Because who cares about season play when there's Eternaland? Literally nothing else matters. Man, I wish that you could drive the motorcycle through the dimension door. That would be... What if you're going super duper fast... Hang on. So if you're going insanely fast... and you jump off the bike, you don't maintain any speed. That's no fun. The bike maintains speed, but you don't. What I was trying to get at there was, what if you drove the bike really fast and then jumped off and flew through the dimensional door portal? That could be fun. Alright, going for another. I jump. Oops. Oh, I jacked it all up. So bad. How bad does each jump wreck your bike? It's not terrible. That's fine. I like the way the bike sounds. I've got mine turned pretty far down. Let me know if you can't really hear it and you'd like to be able to hear it louder. And I can adjust the volumes a little, because that rumble of that bike is pretty good. The audio engineering of this game was done very well. Ooh, am I gonna get even further this time? I think this might be the furthest one yet. Oh, so coming in at a little bit of an angle actually did help me get a little more height, or I jumped off at a better time or something. That was pretty good. I'm very, very excited. So from about here, I think, is where I want to start marking distances. And so I need to place something that will give me an indicator of how far. And I want to place it like right here. Right in the middle of the middle one. And right at the back. I think that's pretty perfect. So what can I place to mark distance? When I look at it. It is possible that I will need another person. Or can I self-destruct? And then if I give up, will I leave a flower here that I can use? I dropped no items. Maybe I need to turn... Oh, no. There's a flower. Nope. There isn't a flower. So I might need to turn PvP mode on in here. And that's something... It's not something I'm going to do, because I wouldn't want people to be getting PvP'd while they were riding rides and stuff. But you could make a really, really interesting PvP zone. Different structures, all kinds of different fun stuff in an eternaland. I honestly might make and level another character so that I could have access to another eternaland, so that I could do something like that. You could give players building permissions in your eternaland. I don't know how other players' access to building permissions works. Oh god, we could host like a crazy tournament. Jeez. Brain hurts. Eternaland is so good. Oh my god. Could you imagine the pre-setup that you could do, right? You could create structures. You know, the jump items that allow you to jump up different places. You could allow people to bring their vehicles, right? Summon their vehicles. You've got multiple islands. You've got some great sniper spots. You've got this big, incredibly crazy field. I mean, this whole thing could just be turned into like a 5-way slugfest. Bring some teams, party up. let's see if... Let's go to... Nope, not permissions. eternaland. Let's turn PvP on. Allow any weapons. You can turn it to where it's only melee, too. Man, people are sleeping on eternaland. That's gonna be... that's gonna be... I'm gonna put out a video later today talking about the potentials of eternaland for, like, scrimmages and stuff like that. There's no reason to wait for war when you can just create your own war zone, and this is way better than any of the war zones. eternaland is so well built. Yeah, I can't even... I mean, this is literally infinite replayability for PvP. Tournaments where you could provide rewards for the victors. Those rewards are only going to be eternaland rewards, but those things can be taken into future seasons, right? So you take it back to your eternaland and you have to deposit it there, but then next season maybe you get something that you can bring with you. I'll need to look more deeply into what it is that you can bring with you, but being able to start with, you know, a whole bunch of seeds, right? Just a whole seed pack. Being able to start with, you know, fully kitted legendary weapon. Being able to start, I mean, heck, a full legendary set to bring into a season with you could be really, really interesting. Yeah, I really got to look into that. That's crazy. Okay. What did I come over here to do? I came over here to die, because I want to see if putting that PvP on is going to make me drop stuff. No items dropped. Okay. So you don't even drop items in here, which is insane. Can I make it where you drop items? Are there any vehicle permissions, survival, HP on, energy, so you can make it so you don't ever lose energy or hydration, sanity on? I mean, all of the different mechanics are here. Get real time, right? So you get day-night cycle. Yeah. Yeah. There's some real interesting stuff there. Give me just 1 minute. I need to go use the restroom. I also think I'm going to go ahead and grab a snack. So I'm going to be gone for just a little while longer, but I might talk while I'm doing my snackage. So really, really important. People are sleeping on eternaland so hard. Me and some of the other people in my server have been having an incredibly difficult time trying to nail down engaging PvP. Number one, you can't build really good bases in engagement zones because you're limited by only being able to build 80 structures, only being able to have 4 power plants, only being able to have, X number of only being able to have X number of turrets and other different defensive structures. So we need to build something and then put a chest. Everybody gets a chest, and inside of that chest you put a certain item. And that item is your flag. And then all of the other teams are going to try and break into your base and steal your flag. The resources that you're going to use for all of this stuff are going to have to come from your season play, right? Because you still have to make the explosives. You still have to make all the ammunition. You still have to make all of that stuff. You don't just get it for free in eternaland. But in eternaland, you can have really, really engaging PvP engagements. And then, you turn building on. You let people build their structures in eternaland. And then they bring those structures into your eternaland and they set up the blueprint or whatever. And then when their blueprint is set up, you turn off building so that you can't rebuild things that were destroyed. And then bam, you're good to go. That's yeah, no, I'm definitely I'm holding a tournament. It's done. It's over. It's dusted. This is the end game. For PvP anyway. There is no reason to be, you have wars, you have control, and that's fun in the season play. And absolutely, you want to do that because of the resources you can gain from it. But that's not the best PvP there is. The best PvP there is absolutely in eternaland. I'm done making my stuff real quick though. I'm gonna throw this down in my face real quick. And then I'll be back on. We're going to talk a little more about this. I may spend time this afternoon leveling up another character to get another eternaland, because it seems like all of your characters have separate eternalands. So I might make... and I'll probably just call this character Survival Hermit, so then I'll actually have a character with my name. I don't even know if I'll ever friggin' play this game again. Eternaland is so good. I'm definitely putting out a video today about setting up tournaments and stuff, though. And I'm going to start building what are some other game modes that you could create? What about... Here's an interesting game mode. You create a chest. You fill that chest with resources. Okay, yeah, you fill that chest with resources. Everybody is fighting over the resources in that chest. And they're bringing those resources back to their base. And so you could, oh no, but when you die you don't drop stuff. And you would want to be able to make people drop stuff. Hmm. I really wish that when you shot somebody in eternaland, they would drop resources. I wish there was some rules for that, because if they did, you could make a chest in the middle of the map and everybody would fight over the resources inside of it, and then, after a given time, or after all the resources in the central chest are empty, then whoever's managed to get the most resources back to their base would be the victor, which would be an incredibly cool PvP format. Sorry, just trying to finish my food. I'm fat and I'm hungry. Okay, so honestly, I'm kind of geeking out about this PvP thing now. Because you could also have, um, you already have this system where you could just be observing the PvP. Because you can already go into build mode and use the fly command, and you can get really far away. So if you centered yourself, you could absolutely, as the owner or as the caster, right, you could have somebody live casting the events. This needs to be, I think it already is destroyed actually. So you could have somebody live casting the events, right, and look at how far I can get. I mean, I'm all the way to the edge over here. There's almost nothing I can't see from the center of this island. Now, I couldn't get all the way out to these other islands, but honestly, the play space is big enough just on this main island that there's not really a ton of reason to leave this main play space. I mean, can I get over to the other side of this? And you would absolutely want people to be able to be on the other side of this, right? This is part of that main island. There's this cave system here. You want people to be able to look and see, but you just build a little bunker in the middle and tell nobody to destroy it. Does my flashlight work in here? No. That is a little unfortunate, because you wouldn't want to light this cave up necessarily. Maybe find some red light or something like that that could keep most of it in shadow. But you get, 2 or 3 people roaming the map, casting together, and then you rotate between their screens depending on where the action is, and you can see basically everything that goes on. There's a little bit of ability to get outside of the scope of my vision, but it's not very good. You can barely get outside the scope of my vision here. So this is definitely becoming a thing. I'm going to continue with the theme park because I think the theme park is exceptionally cool. But I am going to create another character, and I am going to get that character set up on an eternaland. I might create characters on a bunch of different regions even, just because I also want all of these structures that I've deleted to go away. I don't know why they're still kind of semi-standing. Maybe I need to reload my game or something like that. But from a distance they still render, and it's kind of freaking me out. I guess the other thing is I don't know if other players would render at the complete distance. It looks like the rendering is happening based on my observational position, not necessarily my character position, because you see these grasses and stuff coming in, so I imagine you would be able to see the players. But, you take away everybody else's building permissions, and then I just fly around, and I cast the experience, who's where, who's winning. I wouldn't be able to necessarily see into their storages. I'd need to find a way to do that from this perspective. It's too bad my flashlight turns on here, but I wouldn't necessarily want to be able to shine a light on somebody. This is phenomenal. I'm gonna have to destroy this whole structure. Wow. Yeah, so that's gonna get done. Honestly, I think that has to get done before the theme park, just because the PvP scene of this game could be incredibly, incredibly good. You've got so many tactical options, and because I've got to get this information out soon, actually, because different deviations are going to be available in different seasons. And so the deviations we have right now might not be available in seasons in the future. So building up a supply of those deviation resources to store, right? Because I imagine that those things will be able to come back to eternaland. You might not be able to bring the deviation with you, but bringing the resource with you so that you can build the equipment that normally came with that deviation, or building a bunch of those equipments and bringing those equipments with you. In future seasons, you might be able to come into a PvP in an eternaland like this and use items that other people no longer have access to. You've got the shocking guy increases the damage of turrets. I have one of those. Man, that's really interesting. And then, you can't build vending machines here, but I imagine you can trade in eternaland with eternaland stuff. I don't know if you can give up astral sand or anything like that, but I could trade away resources to the different teams, or maybe create resource packs. Like, this is all you get. You get, 10 portable turrets and 15 drones and, 100 high explosive grenades or something like that. And I could supply those resources in a chest to each team. And then that's all you have. Is just that set of resources. You would obviously want, like, ammunition. You need to bring ammunition. You need to bring your satchel charges or whatever, so you can blow into buildings, because, if the goal of the game is to be able to blow into the enemy's buildings and destroy a certain structure, then, you have to be able to do that. And then you make it so that their base has to be built within the radius of your vision, so that you can actually go inside it and check on the structure, so that, nobody can cheat and say, no, our structure was never destroyed, or whatever. Well, actually, and because, you turn building off, they can't rebuild the structure. So anytime somebody says, hey, I destroyed whatever, you go check. Oh, it's destroyed. Cool. Yeah, that's that's what's up. That's going to be a thing. I will start leveling up another character today. And I will put out a video about how that's going to work. And then, because you can buy rocks, I've got to get a good farm going, because I want to be able to do the things that give me this astrolite, so that I can, put different rocks and trees and, just really change the environment out here. Because that would drastically change what's going on in a fight. And honestly, I need to encourage other people, and I do encourage other people to build out their own PvP engagement zones in eternaland. Even if you build a small one, right? You could take a small section and you could build, buildings, like gigantic warehouse-sized buildings, but then you could have small, sort of speedball type combat. This is basically a paintball arena, right? So you build some small arenas with some small structures for like a speedball style game, And then, sometimes you build an eternaland where the whole eternaland is the map, and you build a couple of structures there. Maybe you build a bridge across up there. Maybe you build something inside of the caves. Maybe, all kinds of stuff. Oh my goodness. What about, you've got this huge cave structure. This whole cave structure could be something. Right? You could just have PvP inside this cave. All dark and shit. Do only melee combat in here. Keep the light real low. People, maybe people turn their lights on and then somebody can see them really easy coming around a corner. So you kind of want to keep your light off. It'd be pretty niche. I don't think a lot of people would want to play that way, but heck. You would want to block off the entrances so the light isn't coming in and polluting. And then maybe you put like some red and blue lights around so it's really muted. That'd be cool. Can you control PvP per person? Guest invitation, guest permissions. Deny access, use facilities, building, free access. So you can't, take individuals out of PvP, which is too bad. Because I would really like to be able to just take a certain individual out of PvP. This is so good. I can't believe this didn't come to me earlier. I'm definitely going to be taking a break from the theme park. And specifically working on this for probably about a week. I might just go ahead and... So now I really want to win that contest and get the whole building pack so that I could have some additional stuff to build with. And honestly, I need some more builders. There's no way that I could build a good eternaland by myself. Because you want to fill the buildings. You don't just want them to be empty buildings. You want to put tables in there with stuff on the tables, stuff to get people distracted. It needs to be like a real building, not just some silly structure. You want to put, random defensive structures out here. So we'll put the facilities, we'll go to defense. Randomly, you just want to have like one of these, right? Somebody will just come and maybe be camped out on one of these. You don't know, maybe somebody comes up from behind you. Put these in good positions so that people can take over fortified positions. Oh, God. This is... I'm losing my flippin' mind right now. I cannot believe... I need to look on YouTube and see if anybody else is doing this. How is this not the thing? Every time I play this game, I am more and more impressed by the potential. Yeah. Everybody is thinking of Eternaland is this way station between the two, this season and your next season. But nobody is talking about PvP here. Nobody's talking about using these spaces for anything. And it's such a good, open, interesting space, and you can do it during season. You could get a lot of value out of it during the season. I don't know if you guys can see the same thing, or you all, sorry. I don't know if you all can see the same thing that I can see in my mind, but in my mind, I'm seeing player-built structures. I'm seeing, structures that I build to be a part of the map before people come in. I'm seeing lots of opportunity for dynamic and interesting. I mean, I can't be the only one making maps at this point. Because Eternaland PvP is going to be able to be so dynamic, and because it's going to require so many resources to make it dynamic, right? You need that astrolite, you need astral sand, you need all of this different stuff. But that's something that anybody can do, right? It's pretty easy to get a lot of astrolite, and then you build your pretty easy to get a lot of astral sand, and then you build your astrolite farm on one of these islands, right? And it's literally a farm. You grow all the vegetables and stuff, and then you have this main island for your PvP engagements. I don't know what the structure limit across all of Eternaland is. And I need to look, actually, what is Eternaland structure limit? $9,950 objects. Is what this says. I don't know how they... I don't know how they determine... Oh, your territory rating. So each territory piece gives you one rating. So that's how they determined it was 9,950. I don't know... That's interesting. So right now, my structure rate, or my rating, is only 2,933. And that's with that gigantic structure. So you could keep track of that pretty easily. Tell everybody they only get 1,000 rating to build their base. Right, and then you build you bring 5 groups in here, or 4 groups in here, and then you still have 5,000 structures to build out the rest of this. So the amount of construction that can happen in Eternaland is insane beyond reason. I need to find out. I'm going to find out today by playing through another character if you get another Eternaland or if you come to the same Eternaland. And then I'm going to build a giant farm to farm astrolite. I don't know if I can use... if I can just farm astrolite... Well, no, I'd want to farm it on both characters, because then you'd get more of these commissions or whatever. Yeah, you've got more of these orders. Because you only get 6 a week or whatever. When does this week switch over, does it say? I assume it's on the same schedule as other stuff. 3 salmon, 2 rainbow trout, 450, 16,000 astro... Man. I'm so impressed. So I think we do hives, right? Hives have a limit to the number of people that can be in them. I don't know if that limit changes over time, or if it's always the same. I think it stays at 8 permanently, though. So I need to find out if there's a limit to the number of people that can be in an eternaland at a given time. I need to find out a ton of things, and I don't have the resources to do that on my own. I need some help. My hive is attached to my character still, so you see I'm in my eternaland, but you see my normal server, the team stuff that's showing up, is still here. And I imagine like Warband and Hive Chat would also show up. The World Chat doesn't show up. I assume the World Chat is probably specific to... is this World Chat just my eternaland? I assume that the World Chat here is just eternaland chat. Which is crazy. So you get your own personal chat. You get access still to your team, hive, and warband chats. So you can import hives straight into this to compete. And they already have a chat mechanic. They're probably using Discord anyway, but they already have a chat mechanic. You can allow them to build. You can set building limits based very easily on this territory rating, right? So they come in, they drop their territory, you can see the territory rating go up. And so as long as only one team at a time is dropping their territory, you'll know, okay, that person or that group did 950 territory rating. Okay, that group did 800 territory rating. Okay, those people pushed it all the way to the top. They did exactly 1,000. And then one of those structures has to be specifically the structure you destroy to win. And then you just have open raids. And you could easily have, because you get 9,950, you could easily have 9 teams of people PvP raiding each other in this game, in your eternaland, anytime you wanted to. And as long as they're in the same region, right, because we know that eternaland is not specific to your server. Anybody who's in your friends list, well, actually, they can use your island code also. They don't just have to be in your friends list. But anybody can use your island code to come to your server. And then, if you really wanted to make it easy to control who's coming in, you make them friend you, and then you can actually disable people's access So you could turn off access for everybody except the people who are going to be in the PvP engagement and run tournaments. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. Not this weekend, but next weekend. If I can get teams to want to come, I am going to host and live stream a tournament. And I'm going to cast the tournament. And I'm just going to set up a little box in the middle here and tell everybody not to blow it up. Nope. I'm going to set up a box way up there. And then I'm going to put a dimensional door or something up there, and then I'm going to destroy it. And I'm going to sit up there in my little box, in my build mode, and fly around and cast the engagements from the sky. Oh my god, this is going to be so good. I am geeking out. Holy cow. Yep. I want to look at my friends list here. There's a couple of people who I'd like. Icon was super nice to me, and he's super into PvP, and he's pretty good. And Haha Got Ya has been having a lot of fun playing PvP and stuff, and doing PvP with me, and he's a really nice person. And so I want to invite both of those guys to set up teams. I wonder if your hive can be cross-server, or if your hive is stuck to the server you're in, or if you could create hives in here. Because I also don't know what the team limit is. I know you can only have 4 people on a team in like dungeons and stuff, but I don't know. You know, I play by myself. I don't play with anybody else. So how many? Failed to create team, cannot team up when in eternaland. Interesting. Cannot team when in eternaland. That is important to know. So friendly fire would be on. So you'll have to know who your people are. That's interesting. Do your hive mates show up like as a different color name? I wonder. Oh, I wonder, oh, I do. What's in a wonder ball? That's another interesting thing that could be done, is for some sort of reward. And I don't know what would be a valuable resource in eternaland. But, you know, I could get a couple of friends and we could build like a giant base up here and then just open invite anybody who wants to come. I assume there's a limit on how many people can be in the eternaland, and I really don't know how many it is. I would like, if it's not at least 25, I'm going to be a little sad. If it can be as much as 25, though, that'd be cool. And then, like, me and 5 friends could stand up there and defend a base. Or me and 4 friends could stand up there and defend a base, while 20 random people from chat come try and blow it up. And, you know, if they succeed, then there'll be something in there that they can take to you know, back to their eternaland or whatever. Man, I got too many ideas. I'm freaking losing it. And of course, you still have to play the seasons because you still want the resources from those deviations because you get to build those tactical items with those. I mean, what if the lighter is never in another season, and so you can't have any more lighter bombs? Like, that'd be sad. And I mean, I've put, you know, now thousands of structures up here. I don't have any lag in my eternaland. I'm good. This is clean. One problem you would have, you can only build 3 respawn points. So actually, well, that's not true. You can only buy 3 respawn points. Right? Purchase limit is 3 of 3. But that doesn't necessarily mean that I can't make another character come to this eternaland and drop more. It might mean that, but it doesn't necessarily mean that. So I need to look. Yeah, I desperately need some people. This is when it pays to have been social all your life and actually have friends. Because I really need to check to see. This was my test for the 270 drop down. Need to destroy all of these structures that are no longer viable or have been upgraded. Oh, too far away, it's not destroying properly. Yeah, so if anybody is watching this and wants to help me sort of limit test survival land as far as, you know, how many people can you bring in, how many, you know, what does being in a hive look like, can you invite people to hives outside of your server? So could you be hived up across multiple servers? So that way when you went to Eternaland, you actually saw the different colors. Can you... and we're too far away again. I guess that makes me wonder, will I be able to see people's structures destroyed if I'm far enough away and somebody blows up a structure while I'm casting? Will I be able to actually see that happening, or will I need to physically be moving around the map
And if I'm physically moving around the map, how would I identify myself as, you know, the referee or whatever, so that people didn't shoot me? Getting all this astral sand back, getting all these territory points back. I mean, I'm going to be able to build so much stuff in my territory. This is ridiculous. Eternaland is perfect. Everybody has been dumping on Eternaland as like this weird band-aid solution, and it's because nobody was paying attention. I mean, including me. When I first started playing, I wasn't coming to Eternaland at all. I went to Eternaland, and immediately after getting here, I never came back for weeks. It was weeks before I came out here again, and finally figured out what Eternaland could really be about. And then even then, I was building theme parks, but I didn't think about the PvP. I wasn't trying to build some cool PvP system. I'm going to now. But, I mean, my vision was totally narrow. Oh. I know I just keep freaking out over and over and over again, but I am freaking out. Because you can use items from the season in Eternaland. So any consumables you make, anything, works here. I'm going to go into my server actually right now, and I'm going to say that I'm hosting PvP in my Eternaland. And just see if I can get some people to come, just to see if I can push the limit of how many people are there. I thought I destroyed all that. Either it didn't de-render, or it's not destroyed. Yeah, it just didn't de-render. Silly game. Teleport me over here. And whoops. Snap. I don't need this anymore. Look at that. I've still got 7,200 and 300. Yeah, 300 something. Okay. So let's leave Eternaland. Let's go into my regular area. And let's shoot at each other. That's the other thing, is consumables you bring into Eternaland, just because you use them doesn't mean they become locked to Eternaland. You have to physically put them in a storage to lock them to Eternaland. The next thing I need to know, I assume that you don't drop in eternaland. But I'm not 100% sure of that. So we turn HP on. We'll keep energy, hydration, and sanity off. PvP's on. I guess that's the other thing, is if people can use my structures, will they auto pull for things like repairing equipment? Hey yo, shoot me. I need to see what happens. I just saw that you could have PvP in Eternaland, and I don't really know what's up, so I want to do some testing. So just shoot me in the face real quick. Also, some dude named Booze might be coming in a second too. Kill me! Nice shots. Yeah, so it looks like it's no drop. It looks like I can spawn back. I don't know why I can't spawn back at this other one. But I can spawn back. So we'll put, you know, a bunch of spawns sort of all over the place. Oh, that's a tree, not them. So we'll put, you know, a couple of respawn points so you can't spawn camp. Okay, so you definitely lose durability. So that's going to be something I have to look into. Hey, Exotic, what's going on? Um, so I just kind of learned some stuff about PvP in eternaland. So I invited some people from my server over, but you can have PvP with anybody from the same region as you. So if you and your friends didn't necessarily get to get in the same server, then you can invite them to eternaland and PvP them here. And you can bring any consumables or anything that you want into the eternaland, and it doesn't get locked there unless you put it in a chest. So you can bring, your spring jump consumables, you can bring your foods, you can bring all that stuff and use it here. And as long as you don't chest it, you're good. But um, something I'm looking into doing, because you get such a huge build potential, you can build like 9,900 structures in your Eternaland. I want to have some PvP tournaments where people actually build, they go to their Eternalands and they like build a castle to defend, and then they blueprint it, bring it here, drop it real fast, and then I'm going to put myself a box in the sky and go into my build mode where I can fly around, and I'm going to live cast these tournaments while people fight over blowing up each other's castles inside of an Eternaland. So PvP is like, server PvP is totally useless, right? You can get resources and stuff from it, and that's all kinds of fun, but people need to start looking at their Eternalands and building, like maps like you normally would in Counter-Strike or something like that. You can build out a map on your Eternaland and then invite people to come play. You could close it in and put all the respawns inside so that you could never even get out of that certain area. There's a person running around over there. I can't shoot them because my durability. Um, that's the other thing, actually, is repairing. When you repair a motorcycle in Eternaland, it costs astral sand. So I wonder if I'll be able to repair my weapons for astral sand. And if you can, then that's actually kind of a cheat for uh, the real world, because the durability of your items from Eternaland to season play carry over. So you don't ever have to use resources, right? You can just use astral sand to repair your vehicle. You can always just come here. So I can build structures. I wonder if I get my bonuses from my memetics. Oh my god, Eternaland is so good. Advanced gear workbench, let's drop this. And let's just see. Oh, you can only craft, there's no repairing here. Darn. Okay, so you will have to leave Eternaland to repair your gear. That, I don't like that. I want to be able to repair here. Why am I not able to see Okay, so I have to leave eternaland to repair. Okay, yeah, so I'm gonna put out a video a little later today that explains sort of how eternaland works on the PvP front. You know, what you can and can't bring in there, what you should and shouldn't bring in there, what you can and can't do, like this repair thing, having to come back out here to repair, really kind of slows the whole process down, and I'm not really thrilled about. Even if you had to, because I would be happy to bring resources into my eternaland. I've got plenty of energy links and stuff like that. I would just buy a bunch of rubber and stuff, farm it all up, put it in a bunch of chests in the eternaland, and then just let people use it to repair their gear. But it doesn't look like we can do that. I need to disassemble some weapons I picked up here. No, not that one. Oh no, yes, that one, not that one. But there's just so much potential there, and I would really love to see the repair be possible with astral sand, but whatever. But you also don't even have to be there for people to use your eternaland. So, so you could create a really cool environment, and then, you know, we need to get like a Discord channel or something with eternaland island codes, so that people can leave their island codes if they've built a really cool PvP environment, and then people can just go to their island, you know, and maybe the devs find a way to reward Astrolite or Astral Sand or something like that to players whose islands have other people in them. So for, you know, every hour or every 15 minutes or whatever that somebody is inside your island, maybe you get some Astrolite or some Astral Sand so that you can continue building and growing that island. I don't know, just trying to think outside the box a little bit here to make these even more useful than they already are. Oh, didn't hit him. There's so much space out here too. I mean, look at how far away. I need to get this guy. Come on, snipe him. Ha! Ha! Um, this is such a good environment. Now he can respawn, right? We're gonna get tons of respawn points. And I really need to see if you can have more respawn points if you bring them in from other characters. So there's really no way to spawn camp, right? Because you've got all these different places you can be. Oh, this is so good. This is what PvP is supposed to be. I mean, look at how much space. If you could have 20 people in here fighting, it would be unreal. And, you know, there are some things, you've got to have some gentleman's rules about, you know, if you want to play teams and you want to have spawn points in your base, like you can't use the enemy team's spawn point to spawn in, because that's not fair. One of the other problems is because you don't have any control over, because you can't team, if you build structures, like defensive structures, I don't know how the turrets would react to hive members and stuff like that. So, you know, do you have to hive up if you're going to come in and do team-based PvP? Is hiving up not enough? Does the owner of the eternaland get sort of like blanket immunity from all of the defensive structures? You know, I really just don't know a lot of those answers. And so I need to do a lot of testing, but I can't unless I can get people to come in here. Where's this fool at? Motorbike-o. Oh, I just got shot. Where'd I get shot from? Where you at, dude? I see you. I see you. Why can't I spawn over here? That's so weird. Where'd he go? I just saw him running this way. Yo, he's invisible. He disappeared. Oh, he shot me. Where's he at? Is he up there? I mean, there's just so many places, so much stuff. Oh, he got me. Oh, there he is. Dang. Gonna respawn way up here. Shoot him from the roller coaster. I'm coming for you, big boy. Oh, I've got it on just nearby. I want it on world. Could you hear me? Hey now. Hey now. Bringing me back just to beat me to death. That's not nice. He was invisible. Still up there? Where'd you go? Jerkface. Run, 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 run. Where you at, Diggity? I want to talk to this guy real quick. Whoops. Oh my goodness. Oh, sorry. I was smacking the heck out of my microphone because I totally forgot that I was online and that you could hear my mic. Been having way too much fun. Yeah. So no repairing is possible here. You have to leave to repair. That is unfortunate, but it's not a total deal breaker because getting in and out of Eternaland is pretty quick. And honestly, that's a pretty good way to create sort of a respawn timer. Right, you kill somebody enough times, they have to actually go through the loading screens, go through the process of repairing, and all that. So, pretty good. You can't have mobile bases in Eternaland because you can't build the garages required to build the bigger vehicles. So there's no mobile basing in Eternaland. But you can build really good big bases. I mean, at this point, I am just desperate to limit test. Oh, and this person left. Totally. Darn it. I need to see if you can create hives across multiple servers. I need to see if you can shoot hive members inside of Eternaland. I need to see you can build isolated securement units. You have to be able to bring... Everybody's talking about you can't bring deviations into Eternaland. But you have to be able to. Why would you be able to build the securement unit if you can't? But anyway. Test dummies, wishing machine. Oh my god. What else have I not? So something you need to do for your Eternaland. Anything that you unlock through the mimetic screen becomes permanently unlocked in your Eternaland, even if you don't keep your mimetics set up that way. So I don't have most of these structures anymore unlocked, right? Like I unlocked every structure and then I immediately stopped having them unlocked because now I can just build every structure. You unlock all the facilities, now you can build all of the different facilities, but you don't have to keep that unlocked in your season play. And it's extremely cheap to lock and unlock different structures. So absolutely just go through, get everything unlocked so you can build it here. And that goes for your furnishings and stuff too. Right, any furniture that you unlock through blueprints, unlock here. You know, you've got your little models, you've got your toys, you've got all of that stuff unlocks in your Eternaland and is going to stay that way in your Eternaland. These are the trees that you can buy for Astrolite here. And then, I don't understand how to unlock these. Apparently, I can light yellow waistcoat things. That is maybe the grossest thing I've ever seen in my life. But we can do it. It's real life. Okay, you've got all these different frames and stuff. This is all the stuff that you can buy from that pack. You just turn things into glass, basically. And then your blueprints, you can have Eternaland exclusive blueprints. And that's where a lot of building these structures is going to come into play, because when you start breaking the building rules, and separating things and not having enough foundational support and stuff, then things start not being attached. And so you sort of need to build, if you want to save, well, I guess you could save everything. I wonder how that would work. But if you want to save your structure to be able to use in a PvP scenario, then you want to have that available. And the fact that I need to go to somebody else's eternaland and see if I can build using astral sand. Let's go to the eternaland menu, Friends Islands, no access. Oh, there we go. No approval required, no approval required, no approval required. Let's go enter Forrest Gump's island. It looks like he hasn't done anything with his eternaland, and that's kind of what I'm assuming is true for everyone. So I don't have permission, but it looks like, yeah, there are no building requirements as far as, yeah, and I still have all my astrolite and all my astral sand. So this is something you can do as a group, right? You can get a single eternaland and get your entire hive together, bring them together, all of your astrolite, all of your astral sand. You should all be able to do all of those different those 6 things that you can do every day. The orders, the 6 orders you can do every day. You should each get those, because mine are staying the same, right? So everybody should get 6 orders every day. So you need to do those because you need this astrolite, because this is how you buy trees and rocks and stuff like that. An extremely important resource to have for your eternaland builds. I can't... Why is anybody even actually playing the game? This is so silly. I'm so pumped. So pumped. Hey, I can steal his blueberries and stuff. Nerd. Yeah, so a fun little trick. You never have to repair your vehicle with resources again. You can always just bring your vehicle, at least, not your 3 primary vehicles, because you can just bring them back here and use astral sand to repair your vehicles. So don't waste your resources in season. Let's go back to my eternaland. And I come back to my spawn point. Why isn't it letting me respawn here when I die? Is it because it's the birth point so you can't respawn? Location has been activated as a respawn point. Hang on, G. Location has been activated as a respawn point. Okay. I'm just not sure why it wasn't letting me respawn there while I was fighting people. Possibly because they were too close to it or something. I don't know. But that's... I need to find out if more respawn points can be activated by people bringing them in and building them. I need to make another character, get it to eternaland, bring it over here, do all kinds of stuff. I need to make a Reddit post or something, just to invite people in here for some limit testing. I desperately need to do some limit testing, because I don't know how many people can be here. I need to explore, maybe there's some frequently asked questions or something with eternaland on here. And definitely, today's Wednesday the 31st, And I'm trying to open up my calendar real quick because I want to mark a date. Because not this coming Saturday, but Saturday the 10th of August, I'm going to host a tournament here in my eternaland for NA players. And I'm going to put out a video today and talk about, what you can do in eternaland, how you can go about doing that in eternaland, and what the rules for that tournament are going to be. And then allow people to come and build, right? You'll have, we'll say 5 minutes at the beginning of, we'll say 10 minutes. You'll have 10 minutes at the beginning of a match, and during that 10 minutes, you will spawn in, and you will build your base. And when you build your base, I'm gonna delete all of my respawn points that I have personally. And you have to build your own respawn point in your base. And then it's going to have to be a gentleman's agreement, right? You can't respawn at somebody else's respawn point or you'll be disqualified from the tournament. If I destroy this, do I pick it up? Yes, I pick it up. So I can just destroy these. No problem. So you'll have 10 minutes. You'll build your structure with your defenses. Because of that, I need to test whether or not Hive members can kill each other, and whether or not you can have Hive members across servers. So that's something I'm going to do by creating another character. And also my brother has an account, and I'll get him to make a character. Just get through enough that they can... that they can hive me up and come over here and see if I can find a way to not be able to kill them. And to not be able to kill them with structures. Like defensive structures like turrets and stuff like that, because you want your base to be defended. And then you'll get 10 minutes to find a location, plunk down your base, and then the match will continue until everybody has their respawn point destroyed. That'll be the structure that has to get destroyed, is your respawn point. And yeah. Actually, I guess if we're going to consider doing that, I need to check if I can even damage structures. I don't want my eternaland backpack, I want my regular backpack. Everything in your regular backpack transfers over here, which is absolutely bonkers. It's bonkers. How is this a thing? This is so incredible. Look at all of my stuff. So I need to go back to my base, pick up some explosives, and try and blow some shit up. Just to see what happens. Because I need to know. Yeah, so whenever that building gets destroyed, that'll be it, right? And so if we do 3 teams at a time, and whoever wins each round, so we'll have 2 rounds. It'll be a really quick tournament. It'll only require 9 teams. And you do 3 teams at a time, and whoever wins each round goes to the finals, and the 3 winning teams fight each other for the win. And I don't know what I could give away, because anything that I trade in Eternaland... Hold up. If I drop stuff in Eternaland, I wonder if it'll be locked to Eternaland, or if somebody could pick it up and take it back to their server. Ooh, I gotta test that too. Because then I could trade anything. Like, what do you want, right? Make you a bunch of explosives. Take a bunch of explosives with you. Who cares? Where is my 18-wheeler? Why can't I summon my 18-wheeler? I can't summon anything. What's going on? Oh, shoot. I meant to move it, not to destroy it, but whatever. Okay, well it says my mobile territory is over here. Yeah, that's where it should be, under the water. Why? Why is my truck under the water? Go home, truck, you're drunk. I just need some explosives. Is that too much to ask? That's how you hide the goods right there. Drive your truck underwater. Oh, I love this game sometimes. I love this game all the time. I am losing my shiznit. Losing my shiznit. Wouldn't it be great? Why did I get brought here instead of to the place where I said... Did I accidentally deactivate? Or did I accidentally activate something else as the spawn point? Set as respawn point, activate as birth point. Location is activated as respawn point. Location has been activated as respawn point. Whatever. We'll see if that becomes our birth point or not. So number one, we need to do a couple of things to test. If I destroy this, do I get it back? Or does it become permanently destroyed? And can I even destroy it? So it doesn't look like it has any hit points. So that can't be the structure that we use as the primary structure to determine whether or not you're out. If you can't destroy any structures, I mean, I honestly don't even know if in the normal season play if I can destroy my own structures. So maybe I need somebody else to come build. I don't know. I also don't know if giving somebody build permissions would allow them to, like, press R and destroy my structures. So I, at least, cannot harm structures that belong to me. Although I didn't build these. What am I doing? I can just build a new structure. So I can build that. And then... let's see if I can harm these. Doesn't look like it. But in the interest of good experimentation, we need a control group, which means we need to go to the seasonal play. If I can't destroy my own structures in seasonal play, then it's possible I can't destroy my own structures here. In which case I'm going to need to get another character, bring it over here, and try and destroy those structures that way. Can I destroy? Negative. Okay, so you just straight up can't destroy your own structures. That seems totally reasonable. I don't see any reason to call that conclusive. The next thing I want to do is drop something on the ground here and see if it becomes eternaland locked. So let's just drop. I've got some copper shotgun bullets, steel pistol bullets. Season server items cannot be discarded in eternaland or they will be destroyed. Are you sure? No. Okay. Great information to know. But I can put those items in an eternaland storage and then drop them. So that's actually another thing you could do, is you could have people come in here naked. Oh my goodness. You could have people come in here naked and create like a whole deathmatch thing where you create a bunch of items, right? Body armor, stuff like that, and leave them in crates around the map. Have people spawn in here with no equipment on, and then they run around picking up the gear that you've left, right? And you can have, you know, tier 1, 2, 3 gear, all the way up to tier 5, have different calibrations, leave stuff all over the place, and then play like a battle royale style. That could be really fun. I mean, there's plenty of room. For 20 or so people, you could easily have, you know, tons of like looting going on, people fighting all over the place. There's no drop from the sky initially. But honestly, you could even do that. You could go all the way up to Skycap, put a floating platform, make the spawn point up there. They spawn in naked. They jump off of there. They fly to wherever they want. They go loot up, and then they come back and fight. Last person standing wins. Don't, once everybody spawns in, destroy that, so there's no respawn point anymore. So I don't even know if you would be able to respawn if there was no respawn point. You might have to leave Eternaland. But again, that's another one of those you know, you just leave it to the honor code. And you have people flying around in build mode who are like watching and stuff, right? Some moderators basically. And if somebody's messing off and not doing right, then you kick them out. You know, especially if you're having a tournament. If it's just for fun, then who cares? But if you're having a tournament or something, then, you know, you get a couple of people who are flying around in build mode watching. Somebody dies, and then respawns. Then boom, you're kicked. You can't win. What was I gonna try? I want to put something in this chest. Put something in the crate. I already have things in the crate, so I can just take things out of the crate. Right? And then I can just drop those things out of the crate on the ground. Fish don't spoil. So it looks like nothing spoils in Eternaland, which is interesting because how are you going to make fertilizer with no spoiled food? You're going to have to bring in spoiled food. How do you craft? Are the items crafted with? No, you craft items in Eternaland with flippin' astral sand. So it doesn't even matter if you can repair. especially if I'm just fighting in here, I can just make this so it's non-calibrated, and it looks like you can't calibrate it. So all you can have is the base gear in eternaland. Everybody has their own mods, and so you would get the mods from your season, right? Because mods don't carry over. No, mods do carry over. So playing a battle royale format, you bring your mods with you, so you can equip your mods when you pick up gear, and then you just leave gear all over the place. That could be interesting. I mean, it'd be a little clunky. It's not built for this. But it's an interesting way to go about a game mode. And it does. It takes a lot of the honor code, right? People have to spawn in naked. They can't bring gear with them. They need to leave. You know, you put ammunition and everything in the crates. So there's, you know, you can't bring your own ammunition. You can't bring your own explosives. None of that. But all of that stuff. So I need to build all of these buildings. Supplies workbench. So I can build as many bullets to use in eternaland as I want for astral sand. In eternaland, you can only use formulas that you've unlocked during scenarios. Cool. I unlocked this during a scenario. So, wow. One set of tungsten LMG AP bullets is 2,800 astral sand. So 277,000. I only have 900,000 astral sand. So astral sand is honestly kind of a big... I mean, these are big boy bullets. But let's just look at regular copper ammo, LMG ammo. Takes 120. Okay. So you could build these all day. And that makes sense. The tungsten AP rounds are really, really good rounds. But that really expresses that value. I can get all of this stuff. How much does a battery cost? 3,000? Man, making activators in here. So you could honestly make people not bring any of their resources and then just make resources. So, man, that's really interesting. Advanced gear workbench. We need a kitchen set. Let's see what a disassembly bench does in here. I don't have... These are my... rounds from, yeah, my eternaland bench. So you can't disassemble things from... Oh, no, you can disassemble things from the regular world, and it will give you the right parts and stuff. But if I disassemble things from eternaland, I get astral sand. That's really interesting. So then I wonder, if I die while I have things that were crafted with astral sand, can I drop these? So, well, no, I know that I can't because I've already had a bunch of these and I've dropped nothing. Well, let's get a bunch. Let's get a bunch of different things. And maybe I just haven't dropped anything because I haven't had enough stuff. So let's stop that. Let's come down here. Let's craft all kinds of different bullets. Craft some of those. Craft some of those. Grab some of those. Grab some of those. Grab some of those. Pick those up. Pick those up. Grab some of those. Grab some of those. Grab some of that. Craft a whisper. Oh, I actually need to be using these. I've been trying to figure out how to leave messages. Only echo. Every being cast ripples through detects the location of enemies, dangerous creatures, and metahumans within a 30-meter radius lasting 4 seconds after activation. This device will mark the aforementioned targets within its range. While there are theories this device is some kind of hyper-dimensional detector, these have not yet been confirmed. Cool. I don't even know how to get this. Okay, so I've made... Don't need more sniper rifle bullets. So I made a bunch of stuff. So let's die. Let's self-destruct. Let's give up. And let's see if I drop any of this stuff. No items dropped. Darn it. Wrong way. I still love this roller coaster. I think it's the greatest thing since sliced bread. Did you see that belly flop? That was superb. Actually, why did I come up here? I actually want to go back to this point. And then I just want to self-destruct up here. We're going to do it 10 times. And if I don't drop anything in 10 times, then I will assume it is no drop PvP. And that will make me pretty sad. I would like to be able to have a PvP mode where all of the resources were made with astral sand, right? Everything everybody was using was astral sand, but then you were just picking up those things that people dropped. Still nothing. Yeah, I really don't think that there's any dropping in Eternaland. That's really unfortunate. I would love to be able to drop stuff from your Eternaland backpack. And I might make that recommendation. Season servant items, can I confirm? It's not a season server item. Apparently it is. What? I made these in Eternaland. How are these? So if they weren't made with astral sand, then they count as season server items, even if they were brought into your Eternaland backpack. Which is crazy. get some storage facilities. Do I have... So something I don't have is the... I have the mimetic specialization for the 64 crate, or 64 spot storage crates, and I don't have that here. So let's go to... Oh, I can't go to my regular inventory. Then how did these things get put in my eternaland inventory? That doesn't even make sense. Right? Can I just move things to my eternaland inventory? Why do I have these bullets in my eternaland inventory? I can drop these anytime. That's great. Does it have something to do with reloading? That is what it is. So it moves my rounds to my eternaland inventory when it's waiting for me to reload. That's weird. That's really weird. Yeah, you have deviation eternaland inventory. Why are people saying that you can't keep your deviations? I'm so confused. Man, I'd really love to see you be able to drop some of this stuff. That's interesting. So, oh no, these are activators that I built here. That's why they're in the eternaland inventory. And it actually shows what on your hotbar is eternaland and what isn't. That's so interesting. Man, I love this game. I love this game so much. I am geeking the freak out right now. How is everybody not just abusing the heck out of eternaland? Wow. So you can't repair items, but you can just make entirely new ones with astral sand. And if you only play with equipment made here in Eternaland, then everything becomes pretty disposable. Right? So I could craft a new sniper rifle. It only costs me 1,500. I don't get to calibrate it. And actually, I don't get... Oh, because you can't calibrate it, the calibration things don't matter. So you only get the very baseline of the weapon. But that actually seems like a good way to go about PvP. It definitely equalizes PvP. Because you are absolutely limited to tier 5 baseline. Because you can bring your mods in here. Let me see if you can mod. Equip that as primary. Go into my gear. Go into here. I can add any of my mods. Let's see if adding a mod takes it out of... Doesn't look like it does because there's no mod inventory in Eternaland. Also, let's see. We go into the inventory here, go to gear, you want to right click on that, go to accessories. Okay, we have access to all of our accessories, so we can add accessories. That's great. So unlocking all of the accessories would be a really good idea. So you can accessory and mod out your eternaland here. Can I... Let's try this. If I hold P, can I flag into a chaos PvP mode? Does not look like it. That is unfortunate. It would be cool if they would add the chaos PvP mode into eternaland. Because if you were just using eternaland equipment, that could be a really fun, just drop everything. I guess the other thing is you can't use your deviation, but that might change. Because as we saw, you do have an eternaland deviation inventory, and you can create a securement unit. So I see no reason why in the future you're not going to be able to have deviations in your eternaland. We just haven't gotten to phase 6 of a season yet so that we can port them over. So it absolutely looks like you're going to be able to do that. So farming good deviations is going to be important. And then you likely will be able to use them in your backpack. I see no reason for that not to be a thing, just based on what exists there. This is, as a player community, the lack of eternaland value that we are pulling. The devs created this eternaland fairly last minute to make it possible for you to carry things over season to season and to give you a space like this. And because of that, there wasn't a ton of testing that went into it from the player perspective as far as figuring out what it's about. And now that we're in the seasons, people are just kind of playing the season and forgetting about it. I know I did the exact same thing, literally until I started building this roller coaster. Like, Eternaland was nowhere in my brain. I hadn't built anything. I'd been here one time in the first couple of days when I first got access to it, and then I just completely forgot it existed and wrote it off as just this kind of meh space for me to build, like containers and stuff to store all of my loot between seasons. And that is not what it is. For most players, that might be what it is, but there are a lot of really creative players out there who want to build community spaces, who are going to be building really good PvP areas, who are going to be building things like theme parks, who are going to be building really wonderful experiences that are just non-standard to the game for us to interact with. And we need to get those players to understand the value that that can have, right? And then we need to support those players when they start doing those things by, during seasons, right? Let's feed some people some materials. I've got all of these deviated vegetables, and I can get a couple million more astral sand if I wanted to, so that I could build a ton of these rounds, so that I could just hand them out for PvP. I could make any of these weapons I want, but it doesn't just have to be me making weapons, right? I don't have all the blueprints, but some other people could come in here and make different weapons that they have blueprints for, right? And leave them in a weapons chest, and then we can PvP with those. So we could have every weapon in here, and you could just come in and pick a weapon, pick some gear, make a build, test it out. Let's get some dummies, and then let's go beat the crud out of each other. Eternaland is the greatest experience of all time. I have just been ranting about Eternaland for like an hour and a half now. And that's just PvP. I would love to see some monster spawners. Right? Let's get a tower defense format in Eternaland. I don't even want to play the real game anymore. I'm an Eternaland player, hands down, 100%. I don't even care about anything else anymore. The seasons are just there for me to be able to get stuff that I can't get here. So what can I not get? I can't get Starkroom here, right? So I have to play the seasons to get my Starkroom so I can unlock blueprints. I can't get deviations here. Gotta play the seasons to farm deviations. So that's actually something I'm gonna start doing for the next, I got about 2.5 weeks before my season ends. I want to get all the deviations, and I want to try and get maybe some really good ones, because you're definitely gonna get to keep your deviations. I want to... what are some other things you can farm that you can't... You gotta get all the attachments, right? Gotta get good mods. Farming the season rewards for cosmetics, so you can have cool cosmetics, is a big deal. I can just build a farm here, and let's see, can I sell... When I sell stuff, it sells... Okay, I can sell from my... this pack. So I can just start a farm here and farm astral sand from my farm here. I don't need to use my farm outside. So there's that. And I need to get that started because I need astral sand. And that's how you'll farm astral light too. So we're going to be building that. Just on some island somewhere. I need like 8 eternalands. So I can make all the game modes I want to make. This is ridiculous. I haven't even been doing anything. Because my brain is... Like, I have so many ideas, my brain is paralyzed. I can't think of anything to do. I do need to reset my GeForce now. And because of how much testing and stuff I need to do, and I need to wait until one of my brothers wakes up so that I can get them to get on and help me out. But just because of some of that, I need to get off and do some of that testing offline, and then put out a video either late tonight or sometime midday tomorrow. Probably midday tomorrow, because I don't want to put out a late night video. I'll put out a video about everything that I discover about Eternaland and what the rules are going to be for the contest that I want to do. Either it's going to be a battle royale mode if I can't find a way to destroy structures, or it's going to be a PvP team tournament. Or maybe it'll be both. Maybe I'll run 2 tournaments. Do the PvP team tournament on one day and then do the other tournament on the next day. But whatever it is, I'll get it all figured out over the course of the next day. Spend tons of time testing, and then I'll put out a video that talks about what those rules are going to be, and then we'll talk more in a long form during the stream. We can't stream tomorrow because, at least not during our regular time, so I'll probably won't be streaming tomorrow. I'll just be putting out videos about, the PvP and Eternaland and stuff like that. But because the August 1st update is happening tonight, and it should go right through when I normally stream, and then I also have to wait a couple extra hours because GeForce Now takes a couple hours usually to hit those updates. So it would pretty much blow through my entire stream window, And so I don't want to just get on and stream for like an hour, so I probably just won't be streaming tomorrow first thing in the morning like I normally do, but I will make sure and put out a video tomorrow in the afternoon just going over some of the stuff that we discovered today, because it is absolutely blowing my mind what can be done in eternaland. I cannot even begin to look at all the things. Like it's so impressive. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and get off here, and thank you all for coming. Don't forget to like and subscribe. And if you watch this and you want to be a part of this tournament and it's not after the weekend of August 10th, then there is going to be a video about those tournament rules and how to apply to be a part of that tournament. So go find that video on my channel and sign up. So thanks again. Everybody have a great day.